Good morning. Am I audible? Yeah, I think I can hear myself now. Let's just settle down. I think let me take this opportunity to thank all the members of the Portfolio Committee for joining us who are here, members of the Provincial Legislature who are serving in the Education Portfolio Committee led by the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee there. We really appreciate you being here. Want to appreciate the leadership of the institution, Chair of Council, Council members who are here, the Vice Chancellor and his EMC, the committee, the committee support from Parliament, and I'm hoping that the institutional forum is here. I'm hoping that labor unions are here. I'm hoping that the SRC is here. I know that NSFAS is here with us. As a norm, we invite NSFAS to come with us. I would not know who else. So we're going to start with introductions, colleagues, so that we know who's here. We'll start with the introductions so that we know who's here. And then after we've done the introductions, we're going to give the university representative who is responsible for safety to tell us in case of emergency, where are we supposed to go, and all of that. And then from there, we'll then open our meeting officially. So I'll start with myself. My name is Tebo Kholitsie. I am a member of Parliament with the responsibility of being the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education. So when we introduce ourselves, we must do that. You must not say, your name is Tebo Kholitsie, you are representing labor. We want to know, who are you representing in labor, at what capacity? Or, if you are introducing yourself and you say you are just Tebo Kholitsie, and you are in the management of the university, you are also not helping us. So you must say to us, I work in the registrar's office, responsible for X, Y, and Z, so that we know members are here to take notes, and if there will be questions, which we know there will be, they are able to say, my question should be answered by person X because of their capacity. So please, when we introduce ourselves, let's do so. I want to also thank colleagues from Parliament TV who are covering us here from Parliament. Our engagement should be live on YouTube. We do so because Parliament has taken a decision to take Parliament to the people. So this thing of not being, not taking information to our people is a thing of the past. Honorable Khabo, we'll start with you with the introduction. The mic is with your newly appointed deputy there. Yeah, if you can just introduce yourself.
No, thank you very much. Let me start by passing my greetings to everybody. My name is Khaulatli, the surname is Khabo, and I'm a member of Parliament, a member of this Portfolio Committee. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chair. Greetings, everyone, members of this Portfolio Committee. My name is Sanele Zondo. member of this portfolio committee and the deputy chair of the portfolio. Thank you.
Morning, Chair. Morning, honorable members. My name is Yanga Govana. I'm a member of this portfolio committee.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm Dr. Dalmain Christians. I'm a member of the portfolio committee.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Masa Sylvester Motari. I'm the president of convocation for the University of Venda, leading all the graduates of this university. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members of the committee. Good morning, the university management. My name is Nkakareng Rahwale, the member of the provincial legislature deployed as the chairperson of the portfolio committee on education. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Wesley Maringa. I'm a member of the provincial legislature in Limpopo, deployed to serve in the portfolio committee on education. Thank you.
Thank you and good morning, colleagues. My name is Bernard Mambeule, external member of the Council of University of Venda and deputy chairperson of Council.
Thanks, Chair. My name is Matetaran Shuman, the current SRC president, and of course representing all the students of University of Venda.
Thank you very much. Greetings to everyone who's gathered here. My name is Mandlagai Sendimande, the Secretary General of the SRC at the University of Venda. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Advocate Chris Tlaku. I'm a member of council appointed by the minister, but also chairing the appeals committee. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Edima Belebele. I'm a member of council and the chairperson of Facilities Planning and Infrastructure Committee. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Bodwe Kazia. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of the university.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Professor Eusebius Lekalakala Mukhele. I'm the Deputy Vice Chancellor Teaching and Learning at the university. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Mavis Aziane Umajie, the newly appointed Chief Financial Officer of the University of Venda.
Good morning, all. My name is Furufero Nechera. I'm the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Research here at the University of Venda.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Joel Baloi. I'm the University Registrar.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Bernard Intameleni. I'm the Vice Chancellor.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm Sue Govender, Infrastructure Portfolio Director from the Office of the COO.
Good morning, colleagues. I am Tirirondi Josephine Mudau, brackets Prof. I'm the chairperson of Institutional Forum, IF. Thank you.
Morning, Chair. Morning, colleagues. My name is Muchinyalo Radombo. I am the director at the Vice Chancellor's Office, responsible with the strategy and risk portfolio of the university. Thanks.
Good morning, Chair and members of Parliament and colleagues. My name is Philia Vugeya, Director for EMA Grants Management.
Where director of what, where?
Of Grants Management at the University of Venda.
Morning, everyone. My name is Rotenda Ramhupi. I'm the civil engineer under Facilities Management, University of Venda. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. My name is Munyadzoma Goma. I'm the archaeologist. I assist the university with identification of heritage resource and graves that are located within the university.
Good morning, honorable members, morning colleagues. My name is David Mohlame, the Parliamentary Liaison Officer in the Office of the DG.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members. My name is Sivuyile Chula, the Manager in the CEO's Office at NSFAS.
Morning, Chair, morning members and colleagues. Lungisa Sishi. I'm currently overseeing operations at NSFAS as the acting COO.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members, everyone. My name is Trivari Mkondeleri. I'm the Senior Manager responsible for student university support at NSFAS. Thank you.
Good morning, thank you. My name is Chisebe Nesengani. I am the head of infrastructure maintenance, which falls under facilities, also falls under the COO's office. Thanks.
COO where? Which institution?
University of Venda, apologies.
Good morning, Chair, members of the Portfolio Committee. My name is Beauty Muteiwana, the Director responsible for supply chain management and expenditure within the Finance Division at the University of Venda. Thank you.
Morning, Chair and members of the Portfolio Committee. My name is Eric Nemukula, the Director responsible for legal services.
Morning, Chair and members of the Portfolio Committee. My name is Asdom Kerry. I'm the Dean of Students within the university.
Our honorable guests, colleagues, and university management, good morning. My name is Lindiwe Melody Pelmrauds. I am the director for the Center of Higher Education, Teaching and Learning, the center that's primarily responsible for student support. Thanks.
At the University of Venda.
Yes, at the University of Venda.
Thank you.
Good morning, members of Parliament and the executives. My name is Sana Patience Madivandlela. I'm the Director for Institutional Research and Planning at the University of Venda, currently residing within the Vice Chancellor's office. The directorate and my responsibility is student enrollment, the student data or university data management information system. That is where HEMIS resides. We also conduct surveys in terms of institutional research and also overseeing the operational activities of the university instead of institutional planning for operational planning forums. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Mfarisene Legudu. I'm the Deputy Registrar, Academic Administration, under the Registrar's Division, University of Venda.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Rupero Mraga. I'm intern under Sibusiso Development Program at DET.
Good morning. My name is Martha Lewis under the Registrar's Office. I'm the Deputy Registrar Governance, also responsible for committee administration. Thanks.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members of Parliament, members of Council, University Executive Management. My name is Takarani Zaga. I'm the Director for Marketing, Branding and Communication, University of Venda.
Thanks, Chair, and morning, colleagues. I'm Rainette Mbele, External Council Member, as well as Chairperson of the Student Affairs Committee. Thanks.
Greetings to everyone. My name is Zanele Nkosi. I am an external member of council and recently chairing the Audit and Risk Committee.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. I'm Lennox Malaka from the DHT, Deputy Director responsible for performance information. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Sylvia Masamola, Infrastructure Support at DHEAD. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Nakita Zita from the Department of Higher Education and Training under the Directorate Institutional Funding. I'm responsible for the Sibusiso Bengu Development Program. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members from Parliament and the Legislature, DHEAD Management, University Management, colleagues. My name is Tiamo Moleme. I am the Program Manager for the Sibusiso Bengu Development Program, and I am also standing in for DDG Gaza on university infrastructure issues. I do provide support on that. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members. I am Tabile Lungwane, Parliament and Cabinet Support, Office of the Minister of Higher Education and Training. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Morning, everyone. I am Thando Xolo Potoman. I'm a committee assistant.
Good morning, Chairperson. All protocol observed. My name is Unombale Mncwabe. I come from the Office of the Deputy Minister, Dube Ncube. My position is a parliamentary liaison officer. Thank you.
Greetings, colleagues. My name is Nonjabulo Zuma. I am an intern parliamentary and cabinet support at the Minister's Office.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Ambrose Mohashwa, the Univen now branch secretary, representing the majority of employees at the university, since we are a majority union at the university. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Justice Makanike, and I'm the chairperson of Nehau University of Venda branch. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Temba Mkhize. I'm a treasurer of the Nehau Univeni branch.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Neville Eve. I'm a mechanical engineer, project management consultant, currently an advisor to the CEO's office.
Thank you. Good morning, honorable members and the entire meeting. I am Nkumbuleni Tendani Rajtanga. I'm a council member representing admin staff members. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm James Malesela from the Department of Higher Education and Training, a Deputy Director responsible for governance support. Thank you.
Good morning, honorable members. My name is Marcia Soqikwa. I'm the Deputy Director General for University Education Branch.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members and colleagues. My name is Franz Ramunyatsi. I'm the Senior Manager in the Department of Higher Education and Training and the Regional Manager for Limpopo. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and members. All protocols observed. My name is Mampaho Mudiba. I'm the Committee Content Advisor, Parliament.
Good morning, Chair, members, and everyone attending. My name is Agnetha Aronson. I'm the researcher for the Portfolio Committee. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. All protocol observed. My name is Anele Kabingisi. I'm the Committee Secretary. Thank you.
Good morning, honorable members. My name is Tulani Malope from the Department of Higher Education in the Office of the Deputy Director General, DDG of University Education. Thank you.
What do you do in the office?
I'm the senior admin officer in the office.
Thank
you. Ko hlompe ke hlompe le wena ntate ke hlompe batho bohle kaofela lebitso la ka ke Karabo Lerato Gagao ke setho se felletseng sa committee.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Glenn Sambo. I'm the manager responsible for communication, digital marketing, and stakeholder relations, University of Venda.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Matanya Solomon. I'm the Acting Director, Protection Services, University of Venda.
Thank you, Chairperson and colleagues. All protocol observed. My name is Maberegisi Abafunani. I'm the manager security in the University of Venda.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Mukoto Moale, Executive Support Officer in the Office of the Director General of DIET.
Good morning. My name is Maleke Afrika, an intern in branding and communication in the University of Venda.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Maduangere Kanyo, former SRC Secretary General and a radio assistant, specifically in Univen FM radio. Thank you.
Good morning, honorable members. My name is Velemina Mabogo. I'm the Media and Publications Officer under the Department of Marketing, Branding and Communication, University of Venda. Thank you.
Good morning, all. My name is Rukwarenia Zyangwisi, and I am a social media intern under the Department of Marketing, Branding and Communications.
At Univen.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Dagaro Kadambi, and I'm the social media intern here at the University of Venda. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Peter Mashishi. I'm the Assistant Media and Publications Officer here at Univen. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is William Onganyane, and I'm the intern under social media of University of Venda.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Trevor Hohololo, and I'm the social media intern under marketing, branding, and communications at the University of Venda.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Chirizimu Geri, Occupational Health and Safety Officer, University of Venda. Thank you.
It's okay. Let's give NS first there at the back.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Sebo Wishiane. I work for the National Student Financial Aid Scheme, specifically responsible for internal communications and external communications. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Pema Tomela. I work in the National Student Financial Aid Scheme in the Marketing and Communications Outreach Office. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. My name is Ole Luantaba. I work for NSFAS. I am at the Student Accommodation Unit. I'm the acting manager there. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lesego Moring from NSFAS as well. I am an ISP responsible for the University of Limpopo, Sol Plaatje, and UNISA. Thank you.
Good day, Chair, good day, members, and good day, colleagues. My name is Tumelo Morobi, Assistant Director responsible for PR and Marketing at the Department of Higher Education and Training. Thank you.
Good day, colleagues. My name is Mahlatse Khalani, the Principal Communication Officer in the Department of Higher Education and Training.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Ruzane Mushweu, the Chairperson of Council of the University of Venda.
No, thank you very much. Maybe let's give the OHS person to tell us, in case of emergency, where should we go?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for giving me this time to present emergency evacuation procedure. My name is Chilizimu Geri. I am one of the occupational health and safety officers here in University of Venda. For everyone's safety, I will take a moment to review the emergency procedure with you. Presenting the emergency evacuation procedure at an event like this is crucial for several reasons. Number one, to ensure the protection of life, to minimize chaos and panic, to fulfill legal and regulatory requirements, protect the event reputation, and support emergency services and to minimize property damage. One may ask, what is an evacuation procedure? An evacuation procedure is an integral part of an emergency plan specifying the process to be followed and the actions to be taken in the event of an evacuation. So under background, every employer shall provide and maintain as far as is reasonable, practicable, a safe working environment that is free from risk to the health and safety of their employees. So matter for notification when accessing the building, we need to check for the availability of fire equipment. Here at auditorium, we do have dry chemical powder, we do have COC and hose rail. Also, we need to check if the emergency exit doors are not blocked. What will happen if there are obstruction to the exit doors? It delays emergency response, it damage to property, blocked evacuation, legal liability, increased risk of injuries, and its violation of safety code. And also we need to report any fault to the maintenance and infrastructure unit. Now, you also need to know your safety representatives. When the alarm sounds, or in case of emergency, you need to leave immediately by the nearest exit point. We do have different exit doors. You will be guided by the safety sign, written exit. And also you need to proceed in an orderly manner to an assembly point. If we are here at auditorium, we do have two nearest assembly point. The other one is in front of the auditorium, and the other one is in front of the Life Science building. And you need to remain at an assembly point until all clear is given. Do not panic and do not waste time collecting your belongings. Your safety is our priority. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We had received a few apologies. Honorable Khachau is here now. The apology that we're going to tender in her absence would have been that she was supposed to arrive earlier, but the weather in Polokwane was not particularly favorable this morning, and her flight had to go back to Johannesburg, wait for the weather to clear in Polokwane, and they only landed after 9 instead of the initial 7 o'clock. But she is here now with the DDG, Dr. Soqikwa. They were on the same flight. Welcome, colleagues. And everybody else was on that flight. At least in South Africa, we don't have problems of flights being missing. Welcome. We also have other members of the committee who are not here with us. They are with other committees. Honorable Law is with the Basic Education Portfolio Committee that is here in the province as well. Honorable Ngubane is with the Home Affairs Portfolio Committee that is also here in the province. I don't know, this is probably the 4th or the 5th committee of Parliament that is here in Limpopo at this time of the year. It's almost every committee, of Parliament, they're here in Limpopo. Maybe this time of the year you've got fruits that we don't know about VC, and you have not told us. We have the apology of Honorable Souls, who is in Cape Town attending the ad hoc committee. Those are the members who have long-standing apologies. We have an apology of Honorable Lonzi, who is on his way, who will join us later. I see when I say so, I think Secretary General of the SRC is smiling. Maybe it's because they might be belonging to the same organization. Those are the apologies. Was starting just after midday because Vice Chancellor, we were doing a walkabout. And I think before I give the Chair of Council to open on behalf of the university, we want to say to the leadership of the institution that as far as infrastructure is concerned, we have done extremely well. The state-of-the-art infrastructure that we would have seen here, we struggle to see elsewhere. Even where we have used more money, we struggle to see what we have seen there. The health, when you open the health sciences building in 2023, I did come here when you did so. Well, at the time, Vice Chancellor, you did not want us to come, but we came. And then on our way here, I was driving from Gauteng with Honorable Yabo, and the car we're driving in started having problems. It was on a Friday evening. It died one side. It was as if it had stroke. The front lights died, front indicator died. We drove for a few kilos, and then the back lights died, all of them on the right. We got to Polokwane, Vice Chancellor, we borrowed a car from a friend. We drove with it. We arrived here. When we left, just before we exited, I think just after Chakuma, the car overheated of this friend of ours. So we struggled to even get to Polokwane. So I hope today, Vice Chancellor, we were fine. We're starting by indicating that we've seen state-of-the-art infrastructure. Hopefully, we're on the same page. That was on a lighter note. So when that building was opened in 2023, we were here. And we did say then, Vice Chancellor, that we're happy that we were able to resuscitate or resurrect an abandoned project like that and turn it to be what it is. We want to repeat that. We're serious. We're happy that an abandoned building was resuscitated, and those members who saw there, the nursing simulation, one of the best, and that is a good story that we must tell. Because in this country we do have this mentality that historically disadvantaged institutions can't do basics right. And I think what we've seen there on infrastructure, we will continue to make example out of University of Venda, a good example that this is a historically disadvantaged institution, used minimum resources that come from the state, and we're able to complete, not only complete, but build what we have seen there. And I think we want to start there to congratulate the entire university population for especially leadership, chair of council, council members, VC and your EMC. It does not come easy, that thing, because we have seen in other institutions that we struggle. So that's the first part. The second part, Vice Chancellor, which is a little bit negative, is that we come to you now and we only received presentations today. The problem with that is that these members, they prepare when they go into a meeting. Now the problem with not sending presentations on time is that it hampers their ability to prepare properly. And when you present, or when you're going to be presenting, they should be able to cut off some of the questions they had. But instead, what they are going to be doing now is to ask questions or write questions down, which we don't like working that way. So what we do over the weekends, once you have sent us a presentation, we'll go through it over the weekend, we make our own notes, and during presentation, because you may be responding to certain questions we already have, we then scratch off those questions. And I did speak to, to the Vice Chancellor before we started. He had indicated that there was a miscommunication between ourselves and their office. They thought that if we needed a presentation, we would have asked for it. Which now moves me to the third point, that the Vice Chancellor says, but we did give the presentation to the department. And we're hoping that maybe they would have shared. DDG Sokikwa, sometime last week, we came across a letter. No, the week before. We came across the letter that was purported to have came from the Minister of Higher Education that was addressed to institutions of higher learning, TVET colleges, universities, CETs, CETAs, vice chancellors, obviously, and all of that. That the content of it is legislatively flawed. That suggests that institutions, before they respond to Parliament, they must seek permission from the department and the ministry. Legislatively, that's immature, that letter. That letter further suggests that us, when we write to institution, we must seek permission. We've written to the minister to clarify whether that letter is true or not, because that letter is not make sure. We've written to him and we've asked him if it's true. Whilst he's investigating, how did that letter get out? He must withdraw it officially. Whilst we are waiting for a response, 2 institutions members responded to us. One of them was seeking clarity from University of KwaZulu-Natal on our visit that we had with them in October. They responded to us. There were issues of clarity that we needed, and then they wrote to us and said, by the way, we don't have to respond to you because of this letter. And then tomorrow, as you may be aware, we're visiting University of Limpopo in Mankweng. And there's information that we requested from them for our preparation. They also responded to us that they said, no, if we want answers there, Dr. Sekugo must go to the department and the ministry. That letter, at least from where we're standing, It doesn't arise. Because as Parliament, we derive our existence from Section 55 of the Constitution of South Africa. That informs us that we are legislated or empowered to do oversight over the ministry, national department, and all organs of state or public institutions under that ministry or department. We are legislated, and anybody else who has a problem with that, it means there's a problem with the legislation, with the constitution of this country. That is the first part. And it does not end there, Dr. Sokikwa. It has section 176. In fact, before, on the Constitution, section 92 of the Constitution, further empowers us. It tells us that we do over, or what again, those in the cabinet, executive, those in the executive report, it's in the section 92 of the Constitution of the Republic, reports to Parliament, 92 subsection 2. Then 176 says Parliament will decide how they hold these organs of state accountable. It's us who decide, Dr. Sokikwa, how University of Venda must account. It's not you guys in the department or the ministry. There's section 227 of the rules of the National Assembly that further empowers us. I'm raising this thing because when we're not getting the presentations, Vice Chancellor, we were under the impression that you are also binded, or you find yourself in a corner, not knowing whether you must send us the presentation or not. And you have clarified that that was not the case. But other institutions, at least 2 have written to us and said, we're not writing to you because of this. We're going to have a problem. We're starting the year on a negative footing. We're going to have a serious problem where these members' rights and duties are trampled upon. They are supposed to account to the people of South Africa. You see, these ones, their bosses are those who vote, voters of this country. And the voters of this country has chosen them to hold you accountable for the funds that are appropriated on your behalf by them. And when they're supposed to do so, including preparing for this meeting, they're unable to do so, they're getting their presentations late. It must not happen. It must not happen. If that happens, we are really going to have a serious problem moving forward. So everything to the minister members, I must respond, I must just put you at ease. We have written to the minister to withdraw that letter, and we are going to have a conversation amongst ourselves with the minister about that unfortunate letter. So we're going to give to the Chair of Council to lead the presentation on behalf of the institution. And then from there, Chair, you'll give to the Vice Chancellor or whoever is nominated to lead the presentation. And then after that, we'll go to institutional forum. And then from institutional forum, we'll go to the student leadership. From there, we'll go to, from the student leadership, we'll go to the workers. So maybe before I give you Chair of Council, I must give the department. The department heads your entourage. If you can just give the DDG the mic. can I have somebody? The department will then lead the presentation, then I'll give you chair, you'll give to the vice chancellor, and then we'll go the way that we've agreed to go through. DDG.
Good morning again, Chair, and let me start off by saying compliments of the season, and we trust 2026 will be a better year. I wish to indicate up front, Chairperson, we had all wanted to start this year on a very positive note. We will certainly engage on the letter. I was just conferring with my colleagues if the copy of that letter was here, but I certainly wish and hope that we engage with the letter. Then on the question of the presentation of Univen, as I sit here, I haven't seen it either. I think it's just an admission that I must indicate up front. Overall, on a positive note, we are really pleased with the progress at Univen. The last time we were here, I don't know if you remember, Chairperson, there was lightning, lots of it. We couldn't enter some of the buildings at night. And that stopped us from proceeding, I think, magically with some of our oversight work. And we are grateful that today the weather is a little more pleasant. Other than that, my infrastructure team has been engaging extensively with the university. We would like to appreciate the fact that they took all advice, particularly on establishment of the project management office. We would also like to thank the university for the preparations for 2026, which we hope we will discuss today. They were forthcoming on what they were willing to do. As we report in our war room, and we started reporting in our war room last week. Furthermore, we hope that all the ministerial appointments have been inducted into the university. We haven't received an invitation to do renewal induction, but we would really appreciate that so that we engage with a fully established council. I know there may be 1 or 2 vacancies. I just need to confer with my team. But overall, I think we responded to the gaps at a governance level. We also wish to congratulate the university for concluding the preparations for students and the student rep support. What we will be doing this year differently is to invite all universities to develop a framework for student support, formally, the same way we did with the reporting regulations. As part of addressing the challenges around GBV, which showed up, regrettably, also in this region last year. Overall, we wish to congratulate the chairperson, the VC, for the audit outcomes. We also think that you have improved extensively there. So from a governance point of view, the indicators are that the university is moving in the right direction. With those few words, Chair, we'd also welcome all the new members of management. I see quite a few. I also see one of our own who's now part of UVC. There's no problem with you taking from us. We are sharing, especially in expertise. But thank you, and we wish you all the best in 2026. Over to you, Chair.
No, thanks, colleagues. Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education and Training, and honorable members of Parliament, a representative of the provincial legislature, a representative of the Department of Higher Education and Training, council members present here, Vice Chancellor and Executive Management, representatives of NFSAS, a representative of the SRC, Institutional Forum, and representative of labor unions, distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen. I would want to take this opportunity on behalf of Council to formally welcome the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education and Training to our institution. We really appreciate the oversight visit and view it as an essential mechanism through which Parliament exercises its constitutional responsibility to ensure that public higher education institution remains accountable, responsive, and aligned to the national development priorities. The Council welcomes this engagement and regard it not as merely a compliance exercise, but as an opportunity for transparent engagement, honest reflections, and constructive partnership. We recognize the critical role of Portfolio Committee in strengthening governance, safeguarding public resources, and ensuring that universities deliver on their mandate of access, success, transformation, and societal impact. We all know that the University of Venda primarily serves students from poor, rural, and historically marginalized communities. In the recent years, the university has experienced sustained pressure for access because of improving metric pass rates nationally and within the region itself. While this is a positive reflection of progress within the schooling system and growing aspiration among young people, the university's capacity to absorb all qualifying applicants remain constrained by limited resources. Council is aware of the social and political implication of unmet demands and remains committed to managing access in a manner that is fair, transparent, and academically sustainable, while continuing to engage the state and other stakeholders on the urgent need to expand capacity at historically disadvantaged institutions. This visit takes place at an important moment as the university prepares for the 2026 academic year. Matters relating to institutional readiness, registrations, enrollment, governance, and administration, the quality of teaching and learning, and overall student experience are therefore central to today's engagement. And the presentation of the Vice Chancellor will go into detail on matters above. Council has a fiduciary responsibility to ensure that management is adequately supported and held accountable in addressing these priorities. We are aware of the broader challenges confronting higher education sector, including funding constraints, infrastructure backlogs, student debt, and concern around campus safety and security. Council remain unequivocally committed to ensuring that the university is a safe environment for all, and that decisive measures are implemented to prevent and address gender-based violence and femicide. At the same time, we recognize the importance of sustaining institutional viability and relevance. Issues relating to financial sustainability, infrastructure development, research and innovation, third stream income, and partnership with industry for work integrated learning are therefore receiving focused attention at council level as part of our responsibility to position university for long-term stability and impact. We look forward to engaging openly with the portfolio committee, listening carefully to your observations, and working collaboratively to address identified challenges and consolidate areas of progress. We trust that this oversight visit will strengthen our collective efforts to advance and respond transformed and sustainable public higher education system. Honorable Chair and members of Parliament, you are most welcome to the University of Venda, and I thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair of the Portfolio Committee and the Chair of Univen Council, members also of the Portfolio Committee, officials from DIET, the DDG, colleagues from NSFAS, and also from other structures. You are most welcome. As you see in your program, I will be giving you a PowerPoint presentation covering the aspects that we were requested to respond to, which the letter that came to our office. I must, Chair, before I even begin to present, to apologize for this mishap of communication between my office and the office of the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee around the transmission of the presentation. We did indeed, as University of Venda, finalize our presentation last week. And I only get to know this morning that Mr. Anele requested that presentation this morning. So just want to apologize for that. We were ready with that particular presentation. And also, we did send it to DIET just on Thursday last week. We sent it to somebody called Nomsat Selane and about a number of 5 staff members from DIET who were copied in that email. So they also confirmed the receipt of that, just to clarify that DDG. I'm just going to show in terms of the layout of our presentation, as you can see over there. We sort of cover all the aspects that were in the letter that was sent to the university, to the chair of council, so that to ensure it become exhaustive. So this is pretty much what the letter wanted us to address, and I will do exactly that. But I just start in a way to give you an overview of what we call a brief overview of the Univen Strategic Plan 2026-2030, because we must begin to locate whatever that we are doing in context in terms of our strategy and how far are we able to take this process moving forward. And then I'll move into talking about the state of the readiness, update on the registration, and also the 2022 enrollment processes. And then later I will zoom into the governance, the committee administration, where we'll talk about how we are being governed in terms of those structural things that happen in that space. And number 4, I will zoom into the teaching and learning, where we'll provide an overview of the student academic performance, student dropout, throughput rates, and also the causes and the mitigation that we believe as a university we must begin to put to address some of the challenges that we face. And number 5, I will zoom into the audited academic performance data. This is the data that already come from HEMIS that has been audited, just again to share with you this particular data, which is already a data that has been reported to DIET. Also, we move on to number 6, an overview of the research and innovation, just to talk about our research space and how we are handling that. And then number 7, I will talk on the student funding, the 2026 academic year, an overview of our finances, student debt issues that we're dealing with, the number of certificates that were withheld, and also just to talk about our third stream income that as a university and also the sources that we are able to attain. And then number 8, I'll refer to the campus security, where we talk about the measures to curb the incidence of gender-based violence and femicide, things that are quite very, a problem to our society, not only here but elsewhere. And then also I moved number 9 to talk about the overview of the student accommodation for 2026 academic year so that we can also close the space. And then also our overview of Univen ICT infrastructure development, just again, briefly, just to touch on those to support our academic project. And then also an overview of our infrastructure development, progress to date in terms of the challenges and also how we managed to resolve some of these issues. And then I'll end by giving you some successes, the challenges, and also some interventions that we believe as management we must be able to do to drive this particular space. Now, just to start with, our positioning statement as a university vendor around our mission and vision and values, we said we want to position the university vendor for relevance, excellence, and impact. In other words, as a university, we must stand for something. We must be known for something. So we have to make sure that we do that, and this is what we want to do in terms of the life of this strategy that we are running, that we must be relevance, also in terms of excellence and also impact in what we do. Our vision is what we call University of Venda leading in engaged scholarship. And our mission, University of Venda, to produce graduates who are locally relevant and globally competitive. And that's our mission and also our vision, how we see ourselves as we move forward. I'm not going to read some of all these on this slide, but I'll just try to amplify some of the key important messages that I want to drive through. Now, we have what we call a University of Venda Vision 2040, where we got a vision for almost 15 years that has been approved by Council. But within that vision, we sort of talk about 5 years in terms of the requirement by law for us to report. But in terms of our Vision 2040, these are the 3 objectives that we want to drive. Firstly, we want to foster an entrepreneurial university. We want to make sure that we develop this university to become an entrepreneurial university. And second, number 2, we want to drive research and excellence and innovation. Make sure that, our cutting edge research, how we do our research, in terms of commercialization, patenting, and all these things that we're doing. We want to zoom into that. And number 3, we want to promote biodiversity and also the environmental stewardship. Quite very important. The University of Venda is located in the UNESCO designated biosphere. So we want to make sure that we play a role along this biosphere that we are located. Now, in terms of our strategic plan, which is now a 5-year plan, we've got about 4 things that we've identified that has been approved by Council last year in November that we are driving from now 2026 to 2030. Firstly, we want to become student-centered as a strategic thrust number 1. Make sure that we provide support for our students. Number 2, we want to zoom into our research, innovation, and entrepreneurship. That's the second focus that we want to zoom into. Number 3, we want to ensure that we zoom into our people, health, and environment, talking about our space where we are located. And number 4, the last strategic thrust, the internationalization and also partnerships, which are quite very key, that as a university we must be internationalized, able to work with other universities in the continent and also in the world at large. Now, these are just a brief descriptions of those 4 strategic thrusts. I'm not going to be able to read it, but just to explain what do we mean when we say student-centered. We want to ensure that we maximize the focus on the entire student life cycle, including implementing the support interventions that enhance students' well-being, experience, and success. Now, the point is, we are not just only worried that the student must register. We should be worried when they register, where do they stay? What do they eat? So there's quite a lot of things that, in our view, also can hinder the success that we want to do. Hence, we say focus on the student success as centeredness as it were. Number 2 is the research and innovation and entrepreneurship. I'm not going to read that, but also the people, health, and environment. And the 4th one being internationalization and partnerships, just to provide a brief description so that all of us can speak with the same voice around these issues. In coming up with our Vision 2040 and Strategic Plan 2026-2030, we have to be informed by something. We can't just, out of a blue, you said you want to do that. And we have to be guided by the National Development Plan, Vision 2030, of the country. Because we believe as a university we must respond to some of the challenges that have been identified by the plan of the country. So Vision 2040 is a key document for us to be able to reference our strategy. As a university in the African continent, we also had to look into the Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, the strategy for the continent. We had to also look into that particular document to say whatever that we do must align to what the continent also want to drive the continent or the direction that they want to take. Also, we must be driven by the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs, in terms of how, as a university, we begin to address those 17 SDGs as they are. So also that was a very good document for us to reference. We are a university that is located in Limpopo province, and also we have to look into the Limpopo Development Plan 2025-2030 is their strategy. We have to be informed by what the province is also driving at. It was also a very good document for us to look into. And then, of course, the Continental Education Strategy for Africa, the 2016-2025, which expired last year, a very good document. Also, we were guided by our Univen Integrated Entrepreneurship, Biodiversity, and Innovation Plan. Now, this is the plan that has been approved by Council that sort of give rise to our Vision 2040. So it became a very good document for us to be able to track our strategy. And then, of course, we must be guided by the Science and Technology Innovation Digital Plan 2022-2032. Now, this is the document or a strategy by the DSTI, which sort of drive the science of the country. We have to make sure that also we refer to that. And then, of course, the National Plan for Post-School Education and Training, 2021-2030, that is the DED strategy. Also, we have to make sure that we refer in terms of our strategy how the department wants to drive the sector in that direction. And then, of course, we are a university in the Vembe region. We have to look into the Vembe strategy, and we also look into that particular plan, 2022-23, and also 26-27 plan. And lastly, the white paper on higher education. So those are the kind of documents that we have to consult for us to really craft our strategic plan that becomes quite meaningful. So I'm going to now move to talk about our state of the readiness update and the registration process. And then you can see there's a lot of bullets there. I'm not going to read all of them, but only just to focus on those that I believe are quite very key for us to be able to take them home. Firstly, the 2026 academic year has commenced here at Univen on the 6th of January 2026. So we officially opened here January 2026. And the deadline for registration of undergraduate and postgraduate students is 30 January 2026. And the 24 March 2026 for postgraduate. So those are the fixed days in terms of our calendar that are already available for us to complete our registration. Registration was scheduled to commence in the week of the 12th of January 2026. However, due to the Department of Basic Education releasing the matric result late, which we only received them by the 12th, and also some network issues that we experienced the entire Toyando area, it makes it sort of difficult for us to really, work on the 12th of January. So we were only able to make offers from the 14th of January instead of the 12th, as we already communicated. So a 2-day lag in that particular space, but we're able to recover. Our integrated tertiary system, what we call ITS enabler, also experienced an unusually slow start due to multiple universities that were working on the system once the results were now sent to all universities at that particular time. But we're able to really ensure that, we stabilize the system on that. So everything is going well. Now, the deadline for the late undergraduate registration is 13 February, and no late registration for postgraduate. Our orientation process will commence on the 2nd of February and will conclude on the 6th of February 2026. And our lecturers, or the lectures will start on the 9th of February as per our academic calendar. So far, everything is in terms of the plan that has been approved by the council, and we are gearing towards that. So the University of Venda is ready for 2026 academic year. We conduct what we call the online application, selection and registration of students, and walk-ins are only allowed for prospective students who require assistance. In other words, we don't allow walk-ins to the university, so everything is done online. But we have made a provision for those students who don't have internet accessibility or laptops for them to be able to really finalize their registration. So these are the students who will come up here at campus. Some of you colleagues, when you were doing the walkabout, you saw a group of other students who were also finalizing their registration. The University of Venda uses an ITS enabler for applications and registration, and since 2023, a homegrown system for selection and admission is being used. So it's no longer a manual intervention. We run a system that is done electronically by the system. And this is to prevent human intervention and also the process, ensure that, our process become efficient. And again, to ensure that, no human can intervene and register students that are not supposed to be registered, So we are quite happy with this system. That is a homegrown system that was built by our staff who is in the IT. And the very same staff is the one who built something that the SARS online that is working for Univen, is the one who built that system for us. So we've got a very robust system that deals with issues of registration that is done by the team. And we are happy with the system as it were. Again, I've already spoken around issues of the areas for those students who experience challenges that they can come here. And to prepare for the 2026 academic year, the University of Venda, we held some plenary session on October 2025 involving the cross-section of the key stakeholders to talk about registration for the new student. So these were planned. It's not something that's just happening this year. It was planned as from last year, October. There were dry run sessions that were conducted so that we're able to ensure that our system can able to cope with what we are doing. Now, again, on the state of readiness for 2026, submissions of results to funders, that is complete. We make sure that, all the results to funders are sent in time so that we can able to renew those students that have been given bursaries. So that is done. Approval of the fee structures also is completed. Update and incorporation of the updated fees on the master file, that is also complete. Activation of the fee structures, also that is complete. Confirmation of the funding, that is work in progress. As and when students come register, you confirm that and finalize. And also unblocking of the students, those who have not paid, that is also work in progress. As they appear, you are able to engage, they sign the form, and then you unblock them moving forward. And then again, on the state of readiness, our students, those who are not funded by NSFAS or by other bursaries, who are self-funding, they pay a registration fee of 5,000 rand. They also pay a registration fee of 4.9 for accommodation. These are the fees that have been regulated, working, of course, with council and DIET, and the minister must say. So these are the fees that are within that particular category. Students that do not pay registration fees, already those that are funded by NSFAS don't pay because they're already covered in that particular space, so they just move to register. The students who must pay registration fees, again, those that who fail to achieve the required pass, if you were funded by NSFAS, and then you fail to achieve a required pass, and then you have to come back to do your second year or third year. In that way, you do pay, a registration fee. And also all international students with no funding within South Africa, and also those SADC countries, they do pay their registration fees. And all learners who defaulted on paying their acknowledgement of debt, we also force that they do pay for their fees for them to register. Now, these are the number of applications that have been received for 2026 academic year, just to map the space, about 140,000 applications that were received at the close when the system was closed. And for this 139, the University of Venda can only admit 3,720 students, that in terms of our enrollment plan. So this slide just shows you in terms of the spaces that is available as per approved 2026-2013 in enrollment plan, that 38% in our science, engineering, and agriculture, which is about 1,415 students in that category, and about 7.4%, which is about 275 in our health sciences, and also 23% in our management, commerce, and law, which is about 860 students, and then also humanities, social science, and education, 32% that we have to register, which is about 1,170, and of course coming to that total of 3,720. And then of course that total is before these 2% that the department allow us to deviate by 2%, but just again to share this particular story with you. And this is an overview of those spaces in terms of our numbers. Now this is just about our overall student head count, the whole student, first entering student, and also your returning student and your postgraduate. We are carrying about 15,973 students at this campus. And then of course across these particular SESM categories that you see listed, 43% for your health sciences, and also 29, 11, and also 17 for business and management, along those SESM categories as agreed upon with the department. Now this is in terms of our progress to date, and the figures that I'm providing you are as at of Friday last week, on the about 5 o'clock as we close registration. In terms of the progress, as I said earlier, our target is to register 3,720. By close of the day on Friday, we had registered about 2,741. Very good progress, about more than 80% of that. And we are hopeful that by this week, we should be closing the registration. And that gives you, in terms of those faculties, those numbers that you see over there. Also, while we are registering the F10, we are also registering those returning students that you can see the numbers that are located there, and also our postgraduate student in the similar number. Now I'm going to zoom into our governance and committee administration, which is quite very important for the running of the university. The University of Venda functions within the auspices of the Higher Education Act and the institutional statute. A revised institutional statute which places a focus on the appointment of the members based on the particular skills and competencies has been approved by the minister, and it's just been publicized. I think this particular, I received the note from the registrar yesterday that it's just been gazetted, so we are quite happy about that process. The university has a fully constituted council, save for one member who is yet to be forwarded by the minister. When we were waiting for the members, they gave us 5, but one member sort of refused to come to this. He was already assigned to another university. And we wrote to the department to say we still need one member to make sure that we finalize the whole council. And it's something that, we have made that point to the department. The council operates through the following committees, which is the Finance Committee, Audit and Risk Committee, Student Affairs Committee, Human Resources Committee, and Facilities, Planning, and Infrastructure Committee. And also there is a new committee that will be introduced as per new statute. Committee on the Governance, Risk, and Compliance is a new committee that will now be introduced. And also we are doing away with the Appeals Committee in terms of that particular arrangement as per our new statute. Again, moving on governance and committee administration, a duly council that is approve the corporate calendar that regulates the university activities, meetings of Universities, events like your registration, university opening and closing, graduation, these are already things that we work under, which have been approved by council. Meetings of council and council committees, and also institutional governance structures like your Senate, your convocation, your IF, are also duly scheduled. Council plays an oversight role in the management and administration optimally, and care is taken to ensure that council decisions comply with the University Statute and Act. Council has ensured that there are internal controls, the policies, SOPs, and also updated risk register. A council induction to prepare council for the key governance outcome for the year is scheduled by the 28th and 29th, this particular week. There's induction for council members that has been planned again to do that. It's something that we do each and every year as we start the academic year. A university has a fully constituted executive management committee and a senior management committee, which is chaired by the vice chancellor and principal, which functions optimally. The EMC, or executive management, accounts to university council in all matters concerning the management and administration of the university. And for the past 3 years, campus peace has been maintained with no unrest experienced from either student or labor. This is due to the culture of robust stakeholder engagement that management has maintained. And this is our 5-year horizon around our external audit outcomes. You can see from 2020 and up to 2024, we have received unqualified audit opinion in terms of how we are managing the affairs of the university, in terms of finances, controls, and all that's supposed to be there. It's something that we are proud about. I'm going to move into the teaching, learning, just to provide an overview of the academic performance, looking into those issues of the throughput rates, dropout rates, and also the causes and the mitigation. The university has maintained a strong commitment to staff and student advancement in a dynamic, very dynamic academic environment. The strategic alignment, our approach aligns with national higher education priorities, focus on student success and retention. Quite very important that as a sector, issues around our retention needs to be zoomed into. Establish support system and robust academic support infrastructure through chattel, academic planning, quality assurance, and also mentoring and tutoring. The university aims to review its faculty development interventions and quality assurance mechanism to assure advancement of excellence in our teaching and academic provision in programs. And then, of course, issues relating to how our sub-strategies to implement our 2026, 2030 strategy. Now, in terms of the support for teaching and learning, the Center for Higher Education, Teaching and Learning, what we call CHETEL, delivers academic support to students and staff through these 4 units. Academic development unit, the disability support unit, the student counseling and career development unit, and also the e-learning unit. And then CHETEL drives this institutional participation also in the National Siyaphumelela Student Success Initiative that university has been a party for a number of years. I'm going to zoom into number 5, which is an audited academic performance. I'll start just to show in terms of the 2020-2024 postgraduate success rate, and these are the data that has already been audited from HEMIS through the power header. You can see the variation in terms of those success rates from 73 way about to 24, 54. And the intervention here, I can just maybe share a bit. When we came over, we have to do a lot of cleaning in terms of the number of postgraduate students who were stuck in the system. You find somebody doing a PhD in their 6th or 7th year. So we have to make sure that we clean the system. And we managed to do that since 2022, when we really focus into that. So that those students can only stay in the residency period they are supposed to stay, not longer than what you're allowed to stay. So we have to make sure that we clean that particular space. And then again, you can see 2020, 2024 undergraduate success rate. You can see in terms of 83 for 2020, 91, 2021. And then that 91, you can see, if you go anywhere to all universities in South Africa, you see a spike in that particular year, and this is because of COVID. It was an anomaly all over the system, it was like that. But it sort of normalized where it's supposed to be after COVID, 79, 83, and 86, as it were. And then these are just some few points and trends that we observed that we believe we have to make sure that we address. The success rates range from 79 to 91, averaging about 84% or 85%, suggesting a solid performance with most students successfully completing their studies. So we're quite very happy about the cohort of students that are able to finish their degrees. And the current trajectory is positive, with 2024 showing a second highest rate and suggesting an institution may approaching what we call or exceeding a typical performance level. So we're quite happy about the trend that has been set, the baseline that we have created as we move forward. Now also this slide just talk about the undergraduate success rate, and this just compare Univen with other comprehensives, just to draw a narrative around how are we performing, compared to the other comprehensives. So I'm just gonna only read one. You see Univen there, the third from my right here. For 2023, we performed at about 83%, and then 2022, we performed at about 79%. And then you can just compare that with, let's say, UJ on the far left. UJ, in the same year, 2022, they performed at about 84%, and then 88% in the year 2023. So you can begin to see these are quite very closely related statistics in terms of the success rates across all universities or comprehensive universities at UN, around the 80s and the 70s that we are. So we are quite proud in terms of the work that is happening at the university to ensure that we become at par with those other institutions like ourselves who are comprehensive. And then in 2022-23 undergraduate success rates, and now this is comparison with the South African sector across all 26 universities. Then you can see 2022-23, 2020, there you can see 2022 as the blue color or whatever color. That's like blue to me, which is 78. That is Univen, 79%. And the sector performed at about 82%. And then you see the same in terms of those Univen around the 82%, 83%, and also the sector being 85. So in this particular year, Univen performed better than the sector. So we did very well compared to the sector as it were. Now these are the graduation rate, comparison again with the local comprehensive universities. Again, I'm just gonna zoom into the one that I'm marking red, that is Univen. You can see for diplomas, our graduation rate is about 18.1. For our undergraduate degree, it's about 16.2. And then for our PG below master's level, it's about 68%. And then for our master's degree, 25%, and also 28% for doctoral. And then you look in terms of how other universities have performed in that, not quite far away from each other. So within, again, close to the sectoral or comprehensive space in terms of our performance. So it's something, again, that we are proud of as a university, but there's a room for us to do and improve much more in this space. Then this is the graduation rate, comparison again with the higher education sector, with the sector now, and this is our undergraduate. So you can see the sector performed at about 25% in the, in terms of their performance for the year 2023. And then Univen performed at about 22%. Again, very small number in terms of, not closer to the sector as it were. So again, we're quite happy about the picture that we see. As I said again, there's a space for us to move on. And then of course we are saying, these are data that come from Power Header. And then the throughput rate, and these are HEMIS audited data from the Power Header. And then again, I'm not gonna read all of them, just to show in terms of those variations. You can see for 2024, our postgraduate 63%, and also undergraduate at about 53%. And then you can see 2025, 64%, and then 2025, what you see, 38 is still yet to be finalized. It has not yet been closed. We are hoping that, percentage will go even better than the previous years, over 50% as it were. So we are also quite happy about this particular space. The dropout rate, and here just to share again in terms of the postgraduate, in terms of the undergraduate, you can see, I'll just zoom into 2024 again. You see 2026 in terms of the undergraduate and the 20% for undergraduate. And the point that I said here to members of the council this morning, we have to be as a sector able to really configure this. You know, if somebody register for me to do a bachelor's degree in science, and the following year, at the same university, they move to do a bachelor's degree in health, which they qualify to do. The system say you are a dropout, even though you are continuing. And even worse, if somebody do first year here and they want to go second year at UJ, it counts you as a dropout here, even though you have registered somewhere. So those are the things that I think systematically we're going to need to attend to, because otherwise we are reporting artificial dropout rates that are not, in my view, factual. And it's something that I already raised with some of my colleagues at USAF to make sure that we systematize these particular issues so that we really concern about the real dropout rates as they are, not when somebody changed the degree course. And we are putting a lot of initiatives to ensure that we assist with the dropouts. You know, I'm not talking about where somebody changed the course, but somebody who has to leave because of pressures, finances, and other things. So we are able to put some issues around that. Also improving our quality teaching, promoting the learning, ensuring that we minimize and manage the risk, and also ensure that we create an environment that is conducive for learning. It's very important that when students come here and staff, that the environment is conducive for them to do exactly that, just to learn. And not to worry about other things that you shouldn't be worried about, but to make sure that they are able to really learn and succeed in a given time. I'm going to move in chair to talk about the overview of the research and innovation. Again, very briefly, just to share in terms of the outlook. And this is our staffing, for 2022-2025 academic year, staff by rank. Those research professors, the number of research professors that we have for the given year, the professors, the associate professors, the lecturers, the senior lecturers, and also the junior lecturers that we do keep for us to be able to run our academic project. And these are the numbers that I think, in our view, quite modest, but very instrumental in us to deliver the project of teaching and learning. Now, again, overview of our staffing is something that I'm quite very pleased about as a Vice Chancellor here, that 54% of our staff, of our lecturing staff, they have doctoral degree. And this percentage is even higher than the sector. It's something that we are proud of, that as Univen, majority of our lecturers, they do possess a PhD for them to be able to teach in a space. And then, of course, you can see those variations in the faculties that you were seeing. And this is our 2020-2025 master's and doctoral throughput. You can see the numbers, about our master's at about 41%, and then doctoral at about 39% in terms of those which are quite very close again to the sector and also the comprehensive, as I showed you in my other previous slides. Again, just to share a picture in terms of our research 2020-2024 publications units. These are the data that has been audited by DIET for them to be able to pay the incentives. You can see the spread in terms of our movement, how we've been performing over years. And it's something that also we are watching, with the new DVC that has been appointed. It's a space that, we want to make sure that we maximize it. And it's something that we are happy with the staffing that we have in that space. And this is our highest qualifications in terms of those authors, those with doctoral degrees are the ones that are producing a lot of outputs, as it were. And then again, just to share something about our NRF rating, and these are colleagues that have been rated by the NRF, and we do have a number of our staff that are rated here. About 50 of our research or our lecturers are rated by NRF. Now, I want to pause here, Chair, and just to talk about this point. When we talk about the NRF rating, if you go to, I'll give an example to Stellenbosch University, they will have, let's say, 100 or 200 rated researchers. But majority of those rated researchers will be the researchers that they get from other places. So the 50 that I'm showing you here, these are the staff that are rated being here at Univen, being provided the support here at Univen, for me, which is quite very important. In other words, we are able to really play in a space where our researchers are able to get the ratings that is so high and able to move whatever they need to move afterwards. And those are the categories that you see, and majority of our rated are in the C2 category. And then, of course, we are proud of our B2 and the B1, which is top of the notch in the country, as it were. And then again, this just that distribution of those rated researchers, in terms of the faculties, I'm not gonna labor that. Our research chairs, centers, and also institute, again, just to say something quite very brief, we had a number of, Univen only had about one research chair from NRF that was awarded in 2017. And I do remember this chair, one was awarded, I was working at that particular space for the NRF. I do remember this particular chair. But we were able to, last year, 2025, we were able to put a number of proposals and applications, and about 4 research chairs were approved for University of Venda. And you can see the variation of those research chairs across. And then each research chair comes with a budget of about 3 million rand if it's a tier 1, and if it's a tier 2, it comes with a budget of 2 million rand. And these chairs, they vary for 15 years and some to 20 years. So this is a guaranteed funding for a number of years, as it were. And then, of course, you are aware of our institutes that we have launched. We've got about 6 institutes that have been launched here, which has been launched last year. Our HIV/AIDS Global Health Research Program that is doing quite a very novel work with MRC and the University of Cape Town. They are the center around those issues of HIV Global Health Research Program. Our Institute for Pathogen and also Global Health Research, quite very key for this country and for this region. And these are the number of those particular research institutes that we have as a university. And then again, these are a number of our research centers. I'm not going to read all of them, but quite very important, the first one, the Center of Excellence in Animal-Assisted Reproduction. They're doing a novel work in this particular space around this animals-assisted reproduction as a university. And then, of course, the Vuani Science Resource Center that teaches and contribute to matric. And sometimes when you see a very huge spike in maths and science in this district, is because of the contribution of this Vuani Science Resource Center, where students from matric are able to be taught by university staff and postdoc, or not postdoc, students around what they need to do as they prepare for their matric. Now, research funding, I'm not going to spend much time on that, just to show you majority of our research funding come from the Faculty of Science, Engineering and Agriculture. It is the largest faculty. That's where majority of the funding in the research is coming from. And then I just had some discussions with the DVC for research. We have to zoom into providing other support to other faculties for them to also come on board to raise funding, as it were. And these are a number of research funding that we have raised through partnerships, working with other institutions, the money that we're able to receive. The first one, working with SAP in South Africa, we're able to raise some money, 500,000, quite a number of money that you see reflected there that we're able to do through partnerships, which bodes well. These slides just talk about the number of articles and reviews, full paper counting, and well-share 2013-2023. I just thought I need to share that with members, quite very important. You can see the red line that is sort of move across. It shows you the world performance, how the world has performed over the years. And then you can see 2023, South Africa performed below that red line. But you see, when it comes to 2020, South Africa now perform even better than the world average. So there's something that universities in South Africa are doing quite very, very well, where we are able to perform above the world average. So you can see from 2020 to 2023, South African University, all of us, are performing above the world average in terms of this paperful counting. I thought it's something that I need to share with you. And then the institutional comparison, 2020-2024, and then here just to compare with South African universities, where I've just taken a few universities that are equal to our size. You see in terms of the number of documents that Univen was able to produce about 1,500 documents, that we're able to produce. And again, it's something that we are quite pretty happy about this performance, but there's a room to do much more. Again, very important slide, Chair, just to share with what we call subject analysis for Univen. And this is what we call the category for normalized citation impact for University of Venda. So you can see the red color there is a world average in terms of how the world is performing. So you can see that, for Univen, which is a blue color there inside, we were able to perform even better than the world when it comes to geosciences. So we do well that particular program in geosciences. We perform, again, even better than the world. Again, for mathematics, you can see also the arrow show that, we perform better. So there's something that we do well for those particular two disciplines, as it were. I just wanted to show those global average and also the Univen performance around that. Chair, I'm going to now move into the student funding, the 2026 academic year, and just to provide an overview of how we handle the finances, the debt, and also the third stream income. And again, this is just to show you for 2025, we had about 12,902 students who were supported either by NSFAS or other bursary. So that's quite good to make sure that, our students, they've got money to support them to go to school. And then you can see those numbers in the previous year, they were even less in 2023, 2024. So we're hoping that, 2026 will even better what we did last year. And then, of course, you can see the major postgraduate funders that are funding our postgraduate, the likes of the NRF, CSIR, and also SAP, that is funding some of our postgraduate students. And the funding for students for the academic year, just again to show you those numbers that we are talking about in terms of the growth of the numbers, from previous year to another year, the point that I made earlier about. The most important point I want to raise here, Chair, is just to say, as a University of Venda management, we have allocated 20 million rand of the university money to assist students who are not able to register. So each and every year, those students who passed well but are not able to get into the university, we are able to provide them money to register. And it's something that we've been doing for the past 3-4 years. And it's something that we're going to do again this particular year. And this is an overview of our finances in terms of our assets and liabilities. And I want to share up front to say we've got a very healthy university with a very healthy balance sheet in terms of management of finances. In terms of our cash and investment, that goes up sometime and then go up. In terms of the money, sometimes if we receive our NSFAS allocation late, you begin to see your financing going down. Once NSFAS come, you're able to really pick up in that particular space. And then also you can see in terms of those trade and receivables, in terms of what we're doing around enrollment, that we have to do as a university. In terms of those block grant, that normally will suffer before you receive the money or the money comes into the space. So, and also those self-funding students, what we call the missing middle, the issue that I'll talk around our debt space. And then, of course, our property and plant and equipment, that also are quite a very big for our university. The construction of our Punda Maria Road, the main administration building, and also the nursing science simulation. And those are the kind of things that we've been managing. And we're quite pleased in terms of the management of our finances around how we've been doing that, on those long-term obligations that we have to do. So this is slide exactly that just spoke around those points that I was talking about, around our assets and liabilities. And then here just an overview of finance, again, just to talk about our budget for 2025 and also the actuals for that particular year, 2025. You can see our budget, our income of about 2 billion rand, and then able to have an expenditure of about 1.8 billion rand, which leaves us with about 200,000 rand for that particular year as we close the books. So just to give you that picture of the story, as I said earlier. And then again, overview of university finances, income and expenditures. That again, the point I said about that we're able to achieve a surplus of 203 million rand, from 2024. That the state subsidies and grants of 64 decline in grants because of the reduction from the teaching input and output grant. And this is a very important point that I need to zoom into here. 2020 and 2021, we didn't admit Education 1 students because the prior management before 2019, before I came in here, they failed to renew the program. And 2020 we couldn't admit new students. And then you see that drop and we began to feel some of it, particularly this year, in terms of those reduction in the funding that we are able to do. So those are the kind of things that we are really able to manage to ensure that we no longer have such kind of issues as I just mentioned. But I can assure you we got mechanism in place to make sure that program that needs to be reviewed, they are reviewed in time so that we don't find ourselves where we were some few years ago. Again, just this give you a picture of our financial, life or history in terms of, our income, surpluses, the total assets, reserves, and also student debt. Now, in terms of our asset, the University of Venda is about 4.6 billion rand organization. So we are not a small university if you look into that particular quantum of money that we're talking about in terms of the quantum that gets to be managed. About 4.6 billion rand that, this in terms of the assets. And then you can see in terms of those income that we receive, the 1.8, our expenditures, as I said earlier, and also the reserves that we are able to raise. And we're quite pleased that, we do have now a healthy reserves that we're able to really maintain for this university. I do remember some few years as I started, we had to worry about January, February, how are you going to pay staff salaries before DHET gives you the money. And those are the things that we have really resolved. We do have reserves. We are able to really pay using our own money before we even get the grant. So we have really put the university in a right pedestal for it to do what it's supposed to be doing moving forward. Of course, there's more to do that we need to ensure that we do that. Again, I'm not going to talk about that. I've already explained this particular slide around our financial history. This is our student debt that is a worry for me. It's not something that only worries me, but it's also something that is, I think, in the sector, worry all of us. If you go to all South African universities, you've got a lot of students that are sitting with debt. The last time, I think, when I was engaging with other vice-chancellors, there's about 17 billion rand that is owed by the student nationally, by students who are not able to pay. So it tells you the problem that you're sitting with as a country. 17 billion rand that has to be paid, but not yet paid. And of course, that has got an impact on running the universities. How do you make sure that you provide safe spaces, make sure that the university become viable if there's no revenue that you're able to really bring on board for you to do that? So those are the issues around the student debt. I'm going to spend some time just to talk about these issues around debt so that we can able to understand how we are managing it. So as Univen here, our debt value is about 487 million rand that is owed by student. So just very close to 500 million rand that is owed to this university. And it's a money, if it's received, it can really go a long way in providing services for students. And it's something that I think worries us in terms of that particular space. We do have a lot of interventions for us to assist those students that are not able to pay. We run what you call the Vice-Chancellor's Golf Days, where we are able to raise some funding to pay for those students who must get their certificates, who graduate without getting that. So there's a lot of interventions that we do to make sure that we are able to assist. We got a section within finance who does a lot of follow-up in terms of the sponsorship to our students to ensure that those agreed periods and funding supposed to be received by the university are received. We also actively monitor the use of the acknowledgement of debt, the non-payments to reduce the self-funding gap. There's a lot of work that happens in that particular space. And we also maximize the value-added services for collections agents. For those students who have finalized, we do follow them so that they can able to really pay what they owe to the university and able to minimize that particular debt. So there's a lot of work that is happening in that particular space. So the number of certificates that have been withheld by the university, about 5,435. These are the students who have finished the degree but couldn't get their degree certificate because they are owing. And then, of course, this is the data as of January 14. A number of things can change in that particular space. Now, there's a lot of work that is happening for us to assist those students who still have outstanding certificates. Firstly, I talk about the golf days that we do. We are able to settle a lot of students. You know, once we raise money from golf days, we're able to pay for maybe 100 students who will get their degree certificates. We also do internal discretionary grant where we go to the SETAs. You know, ETDB SETA provide us a lot of money for us to be able to pay off those, you know, students who must get their degrees. And also the banks are coming on board. They are giving us some money to clear those debt in that regard. And number 4 there, we also do what we call confirmation for employment. In other words, we don't want to make any student who have passed at University of Venda and raise an employment, but they fail to get that employment because they don't have certificate. We are able to give them a letter and able to send a certificate to the employer to say they duly qualified so that they don't lose their job. And oftentimes the employer are also settling those particular debts. So we make sure that our students are not disadvantaged because their degree certificates are withheld with the university. And of course we're doing that because it's something that in our view, you know, humane to do, to make sure that we don't disadvantage further our students. And the third stream income, in terms of our operation partnerships, we do get a lot of money from the SETAs, as you see right there, you know, that we have listed, you know, able to get some money in other private sectors, you know, who are working with the university to able to fund the university. And this is in terms of the diagram around where we sort of raise this money. You can see about 139 million rand is about investment income that we're able to generate. You know, 49 million rand, that's the money that comes with the research. You can see philanthropic, you know, income, you know, commercial income that comes to the university. So for the 2025 target, the university had an APP target of 11% as a third stream income. And we were able to raise 12% of that, which is something that we're happy about moving forward. And then coming to campus security measures to curb the incidence of gender-based violence and femicide. The University of Venda is guided by council-approved policy on sexual harassment and gender-based violence. So there is a council-approved policy around these GBV. It's not something just happening in a vacuum. It's guided in a policy that we report to council each and every time when this thing arises, you know. And that, you know, Univon enforces what we call zero tolerance approach to all forms of violence and also abuse. And we're quite upfront about that. Quite a number of staff that we have to part ways who were found wanting when it comes to sexual abuse. Quite a lot of students also who have to part ways when they were sort of finding themselves around these issues, you know. So we are able to follow that. And then again, in terms of those, you know, we are saying safety and security are recognized here at Univen as foundational to the functional and thriving university. You can't run a university while, you know, there's no security, as I said earlier. And these are the things that we are able to do. And the national approach is aligned with DET post-school education and training, and also the GB framework that the country has adopted. So we want to make sure that we really live up to that. We do what we call comprehensive awareness campaign, just to talk to students, to staff about these issues, you know. Male engagement workshop, where colleagues will sit with the male child about educating them around, you know, their responsibilities. And also we do the orientation and also ongoing education. So next week is gonna be orientation week. So these issues will also feature when students are given orientation in that regard. We also have what we call the victim-centered support services, where those students who are victims, we're able to really get a system for them to be able to really assist. You know, immediate safety planning, relocation, you know, of students from particular residents, you know, those things are being done. And we're quite pleased about that. And confidential reporting, you know, options that are available, you know, so that, you know, the anonymous, when they do report on such kind of issues. You know. Again, I've spoken about this centralized and anonymous reporting mechanism that is administered through our risk management function, the investigation and also the enforcement through formal disciplinary and governance processes. These are the things that we are doing. And lastly, the regular reporting to executive management and council which is undertaken on GBV incident and trends and also institutional intervention. So we make sure that at each and every council meeting, we are able to report on these particular issues or as and when they become an issue for us. And this just to give you a sense in terms of the number of issues that we've been dealing with. You can see 2023, the student-related cases, there were 2, 2024, there were 6, and then 2025, it was a spike year for us, 7, which led to the death of our student in one of the outside residencies. So 2025 was a very worrying year for us. And then you can see in terms of the resolution of those processes that we have done, if you look into the outcome category, we have to do the disciplinary hearing to ensure that those refer the issues to the police, if there are police matters for this to happen, and we're doing exactly that to ensure that we work with our South African police services, for those in terms of this criminal procedure as a university in that space. But that just figure tells you in terms of the number of those cases that we're able to handle. So you can see our governance structures, we are able to really follow discipline. Those students that are supposed to go through hearings, they are able to do that, even staff, and those things are being completed in that regard. It's something that we are quite happy about. Then UNIVEN records fewer than 10 formal GBV cases annually through institutional reporting channels. And this figure reflects reported cases only and does not represent the full extent of the GBVC prevalence. Now, I normally say to our students to say, we are in a very difficult space as a South African society with these huge issues of violence. And we have to make sure that we take care of ourselves and how they walk at night and the kind of provision that we've made for those who have to walk to their residencies. It's a space that also we are managing. And this is last slide on this issue around the universities established what we call a gender desk for GBV reporting. It's a desk that is there, so everybody, student, staff, they can go to that particular desk. We also got a survivor experience that is currently monitored through qualitative feedback obtained via gender-based desk, as I said earlier. And the universities identified the need to formalize this survivor satisfaction measurement, as I just said. And this is the current picture and also the strategy moving forward, and identify increase of the GBV incidents triggered an immediate and intensify institutional intervention. As I said last year, we received about 7 cases, which for me and for us were quite of an alarming number, coming from 5 then to 7. And 2026, we are planning now to install installation of the corridor, CCTV cameras, something that is going to be rolled out here this particular year. Implementation of the panic button technology to ensure that our students are equipped with that. They're able to report, strengthening the reaction and also the response capacity for incidents occurring both in and outside campus. And it's something that I think the team is busy doing. And of course, an enhanced collaboration with SAPS. We work quite very particular with SAPS, and from time to time, from my office, I'm able to go to Toyando, to the commissioner, and we're able to talk about issues that are affecting this region and where we shouldn't worry ourselves and issues that are a problem in this region that we are, and how they are able to assist us when we got some issues here. So we've got a very good working relationship with the SAPS in the region. Again, here I'm going to just zoom into the overview of the student accommodation for 2026 academic year. The university has 13 on-campus residencies. These are the buildings that are inside here, which accommodates about 4,178 beds. So we can carry only about 4.1 students here on campus. And majority of our students, they live outside in their accredited spaces that is managed by external parties or stakeholders. And then there's a process for students to apply to these residencies through ITS Enabler. We have taken a view 3 years back to say we want to prioritize our first-year students inside campus so that they are not distracted by many things, and this is something that we're doing. Although from time to time we'll have some disagreement with the SRC where they believe that they must choose to say where they want to stay, but we believe as parents we must give this first interim student much more convenient space inside campus for them to enhance their chances of success. And those are the spaces that we are managing in that particular space. And this just show in terms of the breakdown, in terms of the cheapest or the numbers of students that are in our spaces. I already said about 4.178. And these are the number of residents that you see, which accommodate 118 to 254 for Riverside residents in that particular space. So we can only carry that number as it were. And this is our, again, our in-house campus, the fee structures, our most cheapest to the most expensive. Our most cheapest is the 27,000 Rand bed. And the most expensive is about 48,000 Rand. So that is the variation in terms of our most cheapest to the most expensive inside campus here. And then, of course, an overview on ICT that I'm not going to spend much more time. I thought I must share this with you. Our comprehensive digital transformation strategy, which is quite novel in the sector. There's something that we do well at this university, where some other universities are able to really come and learn from us how we're able to implement our digital transformation strategies. Our integrated ecosystem for innovation, and also our alignment with global trends that we have seen in this university. And lastly, the strategic vision for sustainability. Those are the things that we are quite proud of. Also, I'm not going to read much of this, but just to share with you some of the highlights that our cloud-based disaster recovery is one of the best. Most universities use Adapt IT in South Africa. And we were the first university, and everybody was referred to come and learn from how we've been doing that picture. So we felt we needed just to share with how we're doing that. So there's something that we do quite very, very, very well in this university, and we're quite proud about the automation of the business processes that we have done, the implementation of the AI-based, ICT security, quite a very novel things that I think are available. Now, this is just our Univen campus-wide wireless access. So anywhere you go, even in the ground, we are able to get Wi-Fi. So we massify Wi-Fi across all over the university. In that, if we are a learning space in university, we have to be showing by that. There's just a heat map that shows you in terms of what we have done in that space. Now I'm going to zoom into the overview of the infrastructure development. Just again to share here, this is just a summary of what I'm going to share with you. The total overview to say our portfolio comprises about 82 discrete projects with a combined value of 1.8 billion Rand. So it's not a very small feat. And I want to thank the Department of Higher Education and Training. They've been quite very forthcoming in assisting this university to be where it is. And I want to thank the team for ensuring that we get that particular support. And then, of course, we're going to also have some completed projects. That 1.8 billion Rand that has now been completed, we can say reported, done. The issues around our nursing science simulation lab, coming from this IAG, the main administration building, all those projects, key projects, the Punda Maria Road that have been finalized. And then, of course, the oversight also that we receive from the department. Thank the department for ensuring that they work with us to ensure that we're able to really achieve this particular picture that you see. Now, this is an overall highlights in terms of our infrastructure, the teaching and learning facilities delivered as commissioned, administration building finalized for staff, campus utilities, the system upgrades. As you now come to the university, you got a perimeter fence for the whole university. In the past, it was a free-for-all. Anybody can enter university anywhere, anytime. So we've got now a campus perimeter fence that restricts, access and ensure that, security to our staff and students. And then, of course, those CTG nursing simulation laboratory that members have seen this morning, that has been finalized. And again, the point that I just said to the members, we are still looking for about 13 million Rand to buy some equipment to make sure that, facility become fully utilized. So we are short about 13 million Rand to make sure that, that facility gets to be used. And then also the HDI infrastructure project 2019-2020, those about 84 million Rand that have been finalized. There were 10 of those. I will sort of show you some of the highlights of those particular aspects. And then you can see on my far left, the building with the lights. This is the health science sector. That was also recovered. It was one of the abandoned projects. we have to make sure that we recover that project. You can see in the middle there, there's a building, the science, social science humanities building. That was also abandoned. We also recovered that. You see also on my right, the number of gray buildings. Those are DBSA funded buildings. They were also recovered. They were also abandoned at one stage. We're happy that they were able to brought back to completion and able to serve the purpose they were intended. And quite a number of projects that have been completed, which I'm not going to share with you in this particular slides. I'm not going to read all of this. These are the reports that have been sent already to DIET in terms of those 2016, 2017, and 2021 projects that have been completed. The DBSA, as I said, your campus Wi-Fi, all these things that have been finalized in those particular years. And then you can see again the IAG fourth cycle, 2016, 2017, those deferred maintenance that has been finalized. You can see the picture, all of them are finalized, and we're quite happy around that. And our expenditure of grants has been very, very good because of the expenditure that you see in this slide. Again, the fourth cycle, 2017-18, the deferred maintenance, also this thing has been finalized in its totalities. And then lastly, the HDI infrastructure 2019-2020 expenditure report. All of these are finalized, safe to say, for sewer upgrade that we'll be finalizing this year. We're just waiting for the connection of the new gate that you saw early this morning. So we are hoping also to conclude on that. And these are just those abandoned projects, the pictures that I showed you, the health sciences, if you see on your left, how it looked like, and also the education system building that were abandoned, who are now fully recovered, this point that I've already talked about. And these are the new projects, about 16 of them that are underway to the value of about 543 million rand that we will be starting in earnest 2026 until maybe when we close the strategy. We are still awaiting for funding from DIET, to pay for the Center for Entrepreneurship and Nutrients Analysis Lab that we have finalized. We built that, but we still want the money that should be coming from DIET so that we close our books on that. So it's something that, the team already, I think they've communicated that to DIET. This experimental farm, about 51 million rand that is coming from DIET for that particular project. All School of Health Sciences, geography, again, that will be working on that space, for about 4 million rand, the lecture halls, auditorium, and also the big auditorium that we want to build to house our work. DIET already made a commitment to that particular infrastructures, and we're hoping to finalize that. So these are all the number of those entities or structures that we'll be building as we move forward. I'm not going to read one for word, but just says to say there are still those entities that we need to finalize to the value of about 543 million rand starting from 2026. Now, zooming into the last slide around the successes, challenges, and interventions. In terms of our successes, we are quite very pleased about our automation of finances processes. So all our finances processes are automated to make sure that you leave no room for errors. We're quite happy about that. We are happy in terms of the challenge, increased number of funded students. That is a big problem for us. We still carry a lot of students who come here who don't qualify for NSFAS, and neither the parent are able to pay for that. We have taken a decision as this management not to turn any student away because they can't pay, because we believe it will be going backwards as a county. So we are able to admit such students, able to look funding for them to be able to really, continue with their education. We have established what we call Advancement Center, thanks to the DIET, who has given us some seed funding for us to put that particular office. It is an office that is fully fledged in Pretoria, in Hatfield, that is doing advancement, seeking funding for the university moving forward. And then also our success is around our unqualified audit. As I said to you, for the previous 6 years or 5 years, receiving this unqualified audit. Anybody who has to put money here, you are pretty sure that, your money is in good hands. The money is not coming into our pockets. It's going where it's supposed to go in the university. We are worried about the declining government funding, and that's a big issue. Our subsidies, each and every year, it goes down. And whilst your expenditures always go up. So there's something that is missing, and it's not only the problem here at Univen, it's a sectoral problem. The subsidies are not matching up with the expenses that are supposed to be carried. And then, of course, we've put our own financial sustainability strategy to make sure that we're able to get some money from third parties, and this is what we're doing. And this, again, as I now conclude, Chair, some of the challenges and interventions, limited funding for postgraduate remain a big challenge for us. There is no serious funders for postgraduate study in South Africa. So anybody who wants to do master's, PhD, honors, there's no funding. It's only NRF, and it cannot fund everybody. So there's a serious problem if we talk about the student PhD output without dedicated funding. For us, it's a problem. Number two, a challenge, the increase in GBV incidents that we report in 2025 is a serious challenge for us. And also you heard about our interventions, how we are working around the policy to address some of those. And also another challenge, past issues relating to the selections and admission of F10 students. In the past, you used to hear very horror stories about somebody who has not applied, now been admitted. Now, we have now put a system, an in-house build system that manages our system of registration. So not even the registrar can admit somebody. These are done by the system that categorize on the best qualification and the APS scores to the lowest. So it's not done manually, it's done by the system. And it's something that we're happy about, and we're able to close it. And number 3 or 4, inability to complete major construction infrastructure project and the number of previously abandoned projects. For me, that's a challenge. We had to put a lot of efforts to ensure that we don't find ourselves where we were some few years ago. And then, of course, we have to ensure that we introduce what we call fit-for-purpose executive management structure, where now you got a chief operating officer who come with the requisite skills just to make sure that we attend to these issues. It's not safe to put a DVC who's an academic in the space that they are not really prepared for. And I think that was one of the problems why we had such kind of challenges. We also introduced what we call the Project Management Office. And thanks again to the DIET for ensuring that we got some funding for us to be able to do that. We also had to, we have a new integrated supply chain management policy. The director of supply chain is quite very keen on that. It was presented to council and is ready to go. We are quite happy about that. We've got a grants office. Now we're able to really measure the expenditures. How are we faring in terms of the money that we've received as grants? And then lastly, we have appointed what we call the in-house quantity survey services. We realize it's a skill that we don't have. So we've got somebody who assists in terms of the quantification of this thing, so that you don't only rely to somebody who's a constructor outside who tells you and not tell you the bigger picture. So it's something that we have done to address these particular issues. Lastly, the challenge, the violent threats, intimidation to harm members of the executive and senior management by the erstwhile organized criminal syndicates, and the disruption of sites between 2020 and 2024. So all what you have seen today in terms of the infrastructure, it didn't come easy. You have to withstand a lot of pressure, intimidation, threats, bullet shots, that have to be made to staff. A lot of issues that are quite very scary that were happening to executives here for us to ensure that we do that. But we're able to stand our ground to make sure that we don't give in, to able to really finish the work that was before us. So we have to put some additional securities. We have to report those threats to council, report the same to DHET, report to SAPS, and also to Hawks. I've been myself personally to the National Commissioner around these issues, where I sat down with him, reporting these particular issues, and the customized services that we provided by the National Commissioner to put some security measures here and there. So those are the kind of things that we did to ensure that we are able to intervene on those particular issues. Chair, this is my conclusion as I conclude that Univen is ready to commence the 2026 academic year. The University of Venda is a well-managed institution of higher learning. We've got a solid strategy for teaching, learning, and learning for the period 2026-2030 that has been developed. The Univen research output per academic staff member has also increased in the past years. Our student throughput and pass rates compare favorably with other universities in the sector and in the country. Management will continue to engage with NSFAS to finalize our close-out report to recover funds owed to this university. We are still awaiting NSFAS to finalize this close-out. It started some few years ago, and the SIU was involved. I spoke to the acting CEO last year. He said, VC, don't worry, we finalize your university. We owe you some money. And since then, nothing has happened. It's something that we want to make sure that we close our books so that we're able to have that in. And that University of Venda has launched the advancement unit to source funding to support the self-funded student and to continue with efforts to raise funding, because we believe that as a university, we cannot solely rely on these dwindling government subsidies. We have to look for money elsewhere, and this is what we want to do. Thank you, Chair. This is the end of my slide.
No, thank you very much, VC. If I had known from the beginning that you have 108 slides, I would have created a time problem for you. But thank you very much. We're going to do something that my members don't like, but we're going to do it now. So we're going to have a working lunch. So what we are going to do, we're going to take 20 minutes just to dish up and come back. So IF, because you'll present first, I'll suggest you dish first so that whilst we're still dishing, when you are done eating, so that when you present, we will be eating. Then after that, SRC, so you also do the same and labor. By the time we get to the question and answer session, I'm sure the plates would be finished. But I don't want us to take an hour's break because we'll then not finish. And I hope IF, you don't have the slides as long as the university ones. I'm going to be strict on time now. So it's 5 to 2. I want us to eat because you don't want people to disclose their comorbidities, that they've got this illness and that illness. So we've passed lunch by an hour now. I don't want us to have that problem. So let's dish up at 1:15. IF, you'll be presenting. And then at 1:30, SRC, at 1:45 it will be labor. Then we'll have a conversation with the presentations. So let's take 20 minutes break, colleagues, dish up, and then we're starting at 1:15. Thanks.
chairperson for the Institutional Forum, University of Venda. As a team, we have our own presentation that we're going to present to you, as this presentation has been requested. Therefore, we oblige with whatever was needed. Therefore, I'm going to present everything. Presentation of the Institutional Forum to the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education. The date is today, the 26th January 2026. This presentation is about the readiness of the University of Venda for the 2026 academic year from the Institutional Forum perspective. And also, we have given the recommendation to take the university forward. In our introduction, as a team, the IF received a request from the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education to prepare a presentation in preparation for the Portfolio Committee's visit to the University of Venda on 26 January 26, 2026. The presentation focuses on the readiness of the university for the 2026 academic year from the IF's perspective and the recommendation to take UNIVEN forward. I believe the portfolio has received this presentation as I'm speaking before we came to this hall. The first thing that I want to inform the House is the role of the Institutional Forum. The role of Institutional Forum, this is the advisory body to Council and is accountable to Council. It also deals with implementation of the Act and national policy on higher education. Again, it deals with race and gender equity policies. As you have heard the VC talking about the most monster in the country or in the world, which is GBV. It also deals with the selection of candidates for senior management. Deals also with the code of conduct, mediation, and dispute resolution procedures. IF also deals with the fostering of an institutional culture which promotes tolerance and respect for fundamental human rights and the creation of an appropriate environment for teaching, research, and learning. Readiness of the university for 2026 academic year. The University of Venda has given the IF comfort for the university state of readiness for the 2026 academic year as reflected below. University of Venda, under selection, admission, and registration, has a selection and admission policy that is inclusive of diverse students. We don't focus only on the South Africans. We focus also on the African continent, which is the whole of Africa. Even if there are those who are from outside South Africa, the European countries, this university is one of the universities that admits all those students. The university has automated application, selection, and registration processes, including queues and chaos. Application for admission closed on 30 September 2025. Despite some past challenges, the ICT system has been reliable for conducting selection based on students' admission point scores. Students pay a 5,000 registration fee and a 4,900 residence allocation fee. Some of the issues that I'm talking about now, our VC has already alluded on them. While we are still continuing with the selection, the university aims to enroll 15.973 students. The university has assured that all quotas will be met in accordance with the 2026 enrollment plan. For 2026 academic year, UNIVEN received 138,339 applications from prospective first-time entering students. Of these applications, 3,720 spaces are available. Staff and students accommodation and teaching and learning facilities. The university has a total of 4,178 beds available on campus and over 10,000 beds in UNIVEN accredited off-campus residents. Both on-campus and off-campus accommodation are allocated through online platform. The VC has already talked about that because we are afraid of those who will engage or manipulate the system. Therefore, we need to go the online route. The institution is confident that it has sufficient capacity to accommodate all students during the 2026 academic year. The institution also provides accommodation for staff, prioritizing staff from other provinces. The institution is well equipped with equitable teaching and learning facilities to accommodate all students. This includes facilities for students with special needs. UNIVEN has facilities for different sporting codes, including a stadium. In this one, I don't have to explain more. I believe all of us have seen what we have as a university while we were moving around. Recently, the institution opened a state-of-the-art health sciences building featuring modern facilities designed to meet students' needs, including a nursing simulation center. This is the situation which is very good. Those who doesn't know where labor ward is all about, you have seen it for today. Teaching and learning readiness for the 2026 academic year. Lectures for all students commence on 9th February 2026. This will happen after the orientation and the opening of the year 2026 by our VC. The institution boasts 486 sufficiently and highly qualified academic staff who provide an exceptional learning experience and support for the students across various disciplines. Of the total 244 are doctoral graduates. The library operates 24/7 during the examination period and provides access to a collection of digital and electronic resources. The library is accessible to all, including students with special needs. Additionally, the institution has a designated building for students with special needs, which we are still calling it a disability support unit. We are going to change the name when it goes with time. The university, through Chettle, supports all students, including those with special academic needs, to help them complete their studies within the residency period. We are also including the students who are at risk. That's why you heard the director talking about, we have the issue of Toyanziye, where we are sponsoring all those students who are from poor families. When they come without anything, Toyanziye enters in and helps those who need food. The IT infrastructure readiness for the 2026 academic year. The institution has a reliable ITC infrastructure with strong Wi-Fi connectivity around the campus. The institution also offers continuous Wi-Fi connectivity to students in off-campus residencies so that they can be able to write their assignments, to attend their classes online, because we have 25% for online and 75% face-to-face. Student funding. Most University of Venda students receive funding from various sources, including NSFAS and other organizations. The institution has assured institutional forum that all funded students are allowed to register without paying registration fee. Students who are accepted and face financial hardship receive support from a dedicated donation fund to help cover their registration cost on a case-by-case basis, whilst returning students who owe the university are required to sign a debt acknowledgement agreement to be eligible for the registration. We don't want to see any student sitting home saying, I'm not going to school because I don't have money. The university is here to assist them. Safety and security. The university has assured the university community, including students living in off-campus residents, of their safety. The institution is implementing various targeted campaigns to combat gender-based violence. UNIVEN has partnered with several stakeholders, including the National Department of Social Development, the South African Police Service, the Department of Correctional Services, UNIVEN Chattel, and UNIVEN campus cells to prevent GBV-related issues. We cannot allow anyone to attack or to kill or to rape because we are not animals that do not care about other people. Animals like lion, who are the animals that eat and not forget about the children of those who have been eaten. Under safety and security, the university has assured the university community, including students living in off-campus residences, of their safety at UNIVEN. The university has not experienced any students or labor union unrest in the past 2 years, and management is committed to maintaining campus stability. In addition to the institution, is implementing various campaigns to combat gender-based violence. UNIVEN has partnered with several stakeholders. I believe this one is repeating. I'm sorry, let me jump. UNIVEN has a fully equipped clinic to assist the UNIVEN community and provides 24/7 emergency ambulance services. UNIVEN has received unqualified audit reports over the past 5 years, which show good governance and management of the institution. The university has not experienced any student or labor union unrest in the past 2 years, and management is committed to maintaining campus stability. Recommendations to take the university forward. The institution should enhance the ICT infrastructure to prevent glitches during selection and registration, which could lead to unnecessary litigation. The institution should continue to collaborate with SRC leadership and labor union to foster stability within the institution. Due to the decline in government funding, the institution must initiate additional income-generating streams. The university stadium renovation needs to be completed. UNIVEN should implement more programs to fight GBV-related cases. The institution should enhance teaching and learning infrastructure by upgrading lecture halls and library to accommodate the growing student population. In conclusion, Institutional Forum is pleased with management's readiness to welcome students in the 2026 academic year. Institutional Forum also appreciates all management initiatives, such as online selection and registration processes. I thank you. Ndolibuwa.
No, thank you very much, IF, SRC President. President, I'm sure you saw we've got a lot of cops, so I'm just worried that you are in a military. You might have something in the pocket there, so just be careful. Our SG, maybe just be close there. So we also have 15 minutes, SRC.
Bring that laptop quickly if it's there. Put your phone, put it down your phone. Send it to me. Don't take the phone, take the phone. Let me check. You don't have it on your own laptop?
Here's the one. It ends with this other thing here. So they are not the same. Sorry, just give us a moment. We are trying to locate the correct document here. How should I do it? Should I email to you?
I think you should email it to the owner of this laptop. It's Mochale Chale.
Do you write it?
MU
Mhm.
TS
Mhm.
WA W Mochale. Yeah, that one,
This one?
no, not the student one. It needs to be a work email. Mulinda.
This one? Mulinda.
Yeah, that's the one. No, the Wi-Fi needs is misbehaving. I'm coming.
I'm counting on your time. Remember, 15 minutes.
This one I have moderated it. There's no judgment here. That one's a late one. It's this one that I was talking about that I sent to you. No, thank you very much. Firstly, let me first by saying I want to reassure everyone who's the house that whatever that is on my side back have nothing to do with endangering anyone. So people must not be scared. But Chairperson, allow me to greet your fellow members of the Portfolio Committee, as allow me to also greet other members that are here, and that which includes management and then as well as other stakeholders that are here. Along my side, I have my Secretary General with my position as a president. We are having no intention to waste any time. In actual fact, by the nature of the event and the situation on the ground, we've been so burning that we had an opportunity to say maybe we could be at the ground, because now there's burning issue that is currently happening. We so wish we can get opportunity and go and attend the issues that are outside, because students are very frustrated where they are. They are being burned by sun, waiting for us to come for a rescue. But our task is very much simple, Chairperson and the members that are here, is that one of only to raise issues that are related to the challenges of students at University of Venda. I would like to say that it will be in the interest of students to raise the issues as they are, not to sugarcoat them, but to just say the issues that are they are facing, these are the issues. So in my presentation, I have provided a structure which is going to address issues of readiness of University of Venda in the academic year of 2026. But the main root of this presentation is going to be rooted on the challenges of the students and a recommendation in that manner. So when I go further, I will combine the challenges and the recommendation at the same time. So the recommendation will be highlighted in a blue color as to responding on the challenges that are going to be demonstrated on this presentation that we're presenting now. Members of the Portfolio Committee, Chairperson, we are going to give this university a benefit of the doubt to say there appears to be ready with the academic year of 2026, with the sole reason that we so believe that if one is ready because they've planned a certain thing. We've been so much very vigilant and observant in terms of the academic calendar, and we've been seeing all the days being followed like that. However, the challenges are the ones that will then speak to the struggle that our students are going through at this University of Venda. We've decided to start with the issue of the late release of results. This is the biggest problem or challenge that our students are facing. That the problem with this issue is on the date that the results get to be released. They get to be released today. Tomorrow, university will be closing. Many of students have applied for other bursaries, jobs, and so on. It becomes so very much difficult for them to go and meet those deadlines that they've been given. However, we're happy that when we came into power last year, we then addressed this issue as early as possible. Then they did try to meet our students, but it was still not enough. They did try to work over the holidays, December, and so on, pushing in that manner. But still, even now, we'll still have some certain students who are saying this and that, our academic records with the remarks at completion later and are delayed. And as well as complaining in terms of loss of job opportunities, and as well as educational in terms of postgraduate and other issues. But the proposed solution or recommendation is very much simple. To just adjust the date of release of results, this whole problem will be resolved. Because it becomes very difficult for them to work over the December holidays to meet all the requirements, because even themselves, they will be having other commitments that they will be doing. But if those results date, they get to be adjusted back and afford enough opportunity for our students or for our staff members to be able to work through those challenges, then this issue will never be raised at any platform or an engagement. Or it will be better in the next challenges if they are to be raised. Let me go down in terms of second challenges that we have picked up. That is a problem with verification of things that had to do with academic administration. Not entirely, but I'm directing this one in terms of when we have to deal with students that need to get their graduate remarks. This is when we have to confirm whether the person is graduated or not. These processes, even the special exam, these processes needs administrators to go and print out academic records and do those verification manual. By that on its own, it takes a lot of time and then frustrate our students. It becomes a challenge because it speaks with the same one of results. Because the more results are released late, is the more this process of verification as well is going to be delayed. But not only that, we are also relating to the issues of academic records. To say academic records as well becomes a crisis, because remember, you'll find that 15,000 of students will be requesting for those academic records. And there will be a certain person who will have to download the academic record, save the academic record, and send it one by one. That process takes long. And as well, it frustrates our students. It becomes a huge challenge when those students, they are requested to submit certain academic records at any other required platform or institution or other university or other layers of required things. So, but the issue that we are proposing or we are recommending that for this thing to be having a solution is to advance the system so that those academic records can be available on the system, either be any other IT or ITS or university admin or any other platform, for the students to be able to access those academic records very easily without having to request, without one having to save one academic record and send it to the student. Because these students, they send this request for academic record when they are made. We chose to also address the issue of postgraduates. Postgraduate students, as I speak, they're crying. Because usually admission and registration of postgraduate usually start late. I found that they're going to finalize their administration, their registration and admission around March that side. And when we count from March until November, because November is going to be a month where they are now requested to vacate, it becomes less than what we are expecting them to spend their academic months at the university. So it becomes, it's sort of a disadvantage. However, even on this issue, we also engaged, and we were just pleased that we had an exception that we had to allow some certain postgraduate to remain for the purpose of those completing research. But that is the temporal solution. The permanent solution that we are of the view of is that if the issues are relating to finance, to say who's going to pay for this and that for this in the remaining months, let's say for December or January term, then it is better to just bill for those terms so that we don't say you can't go and stay and finish your researches in December or Jan. If need be that there's a need to bill, let's just bill so that we know permanently we're supporting our postgraduate in this enough time, to giving them enough time to conduct their researches and so on. Because I think postgraduates, they are one of the people that also generates money if they are graduating in times. Let me go to issues of first year's admissions. There was a presentation made and it touched on the issue of admission as to it goes as a top to bottom. which I would like to disagree with that, because I run registration when every day I wake up every day in the morning and go late to bed, assisting students, making sure that I'm there and making sure that those students are registered. The reality of the matter, practically on the ground, the system is not doing what is being presented. The system will pick as first come, first serve. And in our belief, that is the downfall of the academic growth at this university. Because we go and admit people that are having minimum requirements, and we leave those ones that are having high marks. I'm going to be addressing the issue of academic exclusion, of which is going to be a challenge, but I will link it with this issue as to why are we saying we are not in belief of first come, first serve. As well with issues of no bachelor endorsement and ID not found. These students are students that were upgrading. Remember, if one student, an applicant or matriculant will go to varsity, will go to grade 12, maybe they'll go and write their grade 12, but they don't make it to a bachelor. It becomes a diploma. They'll take a second decision to say, I want to return back to school. They're just not doing it for fun. They are doing because they have high interest to go to universities and better their life and change certain lives of of their families. Because as well, they want to see themselves as students, as we are. They want to see themselves as lecturers, and maybe we don't know. They want to see themselves as the registrars or the VC. But that cannot happen if we are not addressing the issue of no bachelor endorsement and ID not found entirely. We tried to raise this issue, but it was defended to say the system have upgraded or have merged results. And we agreed to that because that's what I saw. But the problem was that the system was not picking that these students have now upgraded to diploma to bachelor. Even if the results have been merged, the system still was saying there was no bachelor that have been endorsed. Even the same issue, it will say there is ID not found, which entirely this thing excludes those students out to say, here at this system you are not allowed. Only those ones who are entering grade 12 at the first instance, they're the only ones that must enter a race of admission, which now becomes a biggest problem. But the recommendation that we are of the view of is that the way we've presented it to say we are admitting from top to bottom, it must be practically, even if when admission is happening, in terms of rank ordering, because it becomes painful for me to know that there's someone who has been admitted with a point of 30, but there's someone that when I go to rest, I meet a student, an applicant who's crying to say, I have a point of 40, but I can't get admission. It's very difficult for me to explain and defend this admission process. So that is the challenge that we are also facing as students or as the SRC. Off-campus Wi-Fi, this one is a yearly problem. Now, even if we go there, we won't find anything because students are not yet there. But I'm telling you, as soon as students they start moving on those off-campus residencies, there's always crisis of off-campus Wi-Fi. And there's been mechanisms that have been tried to be done, such as introducing the URGC Connect by management, which it failed, and then they went back to say all landlords must then provide Wi-Fi. The reality of the fact is that not all of them are competent to provide Wi-Fi. You will see if it is going to be one or two. Many of them will be failing, and that it becomes a problem to our students. But our solution is very much easy to say, if there's that opportunity or there's a crisis, let's be ready to provide sufficient data for those students. Not 20 gig, because 20 gig doesn't do anything for attending classes to download videos from YouTube or for those ones that need extra lessons of which they understand, or download extra study material because they need extra MBs.
We have 5 minutes, President.
Sorry, Chairman.
We have 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm finishing up. It's not too long.
Yeah.
Another biggest challenge that we face yearly, it's in terms of library exam transport. This is where we are finding students who are residing off campus. When it's exam time, these students, they will want to come and study at our library because there's all resources and all books that they need. But it becomes a challenge because the landlords or those who are owning residences, they are not having any mandatory provision to say they are eligible to, not eligible, but they are mandated to provide transport over the night for those students to start. So this one now, it becomes a negotiation that we need to beg a landlord for the future of our student. If they don't want, they won't bring. Then it means that if those students, they are looking for certain book or certain facility at library, they will then be denied that such opportunity to go to library and now be equal to other students to study as other students. But there are those that will agree to say we are going to transport them free of charge. So in our own view, as a recommendation, is that we don't appreciate it for this issue because it's one of the mandatory issue. For it to be to be negotiable, it's within our view that it must be a non-negotiable thing. If where it's possible, it must also be included in a lease agreement to say they must be mandated to say when there's a time of exam, students, they must be delivered to library, those who want to come to library, so that we don't find ourselves in a situation where we are saying the student failed because they couldn't went to a library. Let me try to be quick so that I can cover time. The other issue that we're having is when it's on giving back to community. This is a serious problem I have identified myself. That we struggle a lot as a SRC because students, they will come to us crying that I don't have food, I've been spending 3 months without eating, I just want you to buy me a bread. Come to think that if you are buying someone a bread that has 16 slices, which struggle is the person suffering? You will even feel it that the struggle is real. But when I think deep, you will realize that when you try to seek donation, though donation is something that someone must do it voluntarily, but at some point we have many stakeholders that are working with this university, but they can't even donate 1,000. If we go and ask all of them, and ask them last day how many amount of money did you donate to students who are disadvantaged of finances or who are defunded, we'll find that many of them, they're not doing so. So because it's something that needs to be done voluntarily, we're of the view that when times goes on, maybe when those people they are bidding, there must be something maybe to call it an institutional committee fees, where we know that if we are doing a tender with the University of Venda, there must be a certain fees that is being paid to University of Venda. That will be invested to those students who are now disadvantaged, who are defunded, so that it can be easily for us to raise funds and then fund those students, because that on its own can also lead to students to have depression or to drop out or to fail while they are learning. I'm finishing up. The issue of ambulance is also a challenge. That our students get to be in the midst of torture during emergencies. Whenever we call ambulance, they don't come. When they come, they will come very late. And now that imposes a very serious risk to our students. So, but in our proposal is that we just propose that at least just increase ambulances, or if increasing of ambulances, if those people of tenders, they are refusing, let's just make a way of just sourcing or just buying our own ambulances, so that we'd be able to hold our people accountable and have enough ambulances that are always standby. This one is the top of all lecture halls. It touches everything, because as students here, we are here for one reason, to learn. With everything I've been saying I have been saying about Wi-Fi and so on, but this one is the top of all. The classes are going to start on the 9th of February. If you want to really experience this, you are going to see students flooded on the lecture hall, failing even to see the lecture because there's no enough lecture halls. And there's still many students who will be having to attend one class at the same time. So it becomes difficult for those students to have interest to go and attend those classes because there won't be any other space for them to be able to listen to those lecture hours. So the issue that is on there is that the proposal of ours is that if it's possible, let's redirect all the billions that we intending to build projects so that we can build those lecture halls, because that is one that is much important. I'm trying to be quick, Chairperson, so that you don't cut me before I finish. Exam timetable. This one is also an issue and also contribute in students to unable to cope with exams. The problem with this one is that when now exam timetables they are now scheduled, they just press the system will just allocate the dates. Another problem on top of that is that lecturers are the one who are having preference over the students. Lecturer will say, I don't want this module to be at this point, at this date. Move it to other date. Not even consider what the students are going to say. When we try to compile it to say this one is congested with this one, it will be moved, but on the limited time. They will say now we have submitted more than twice the deadline of you submitting the issue of resolving. Now it becomes a problem. So the solution to that is that let it be a faculty allocation, because all faculties, they know which module they're supposed to be there and so on. So if it becomes in that manner and department, they just allocate their own timetable and exam, then it can be a solution. Second last, academic exclusion. I've addressed all the issues that then can convince everyone that though we need to make sure that our students have to study and they have to pass, but for them to pass, they need to have enough lecture hours. They don't need to be disadvantaged from standing behind and not even hearing the lecturer when he's lecturing, or even just to be at a place where they will have enough knowledge. For them to pass, they need to have Wi-Fi. They need to have internet connection for a purpose of them accessing those study materials. If there's a problem of Wi-Fi, then those people, we can't expect them to pass. There's also issues of library. If we're not giving them equal opportunity to go and study, there's no way that we'll expect them to pass all their modules. Then it becomes a problem that will be people who are very ruthless to say, even if you are affected by this issue, if you're not passing, you must go. We are speaking of children from the poor, who if now you show a student a gate, there's no way they will go. Some of them, they are the only person who are going to be breadwinner of those students. Once you say you are excluded just because you failed one module or two modules, that student and the family, the future is dead. So we're saying to say, our proposal is that we understand these students need to comply with the rules. They need to pass. But at least sympathize with our students. To say, let's first address the issues that are on the ground. So that when we exclude that student, we say, we gave you enough internet access. We gave you lecture hours. We gave you lectures that are lecturing you. We monitored all the lecturers, and we are 100% sure that even those modules that are having a high failure rate, those lecturers are not on the fault to say they failed to convince students to have enough knowledge to go and pass an exam. Because if we are still having modules that are having high failure rate, then on its own it tells that the lecturer is the one that is having not enough knowledge to be able to transfer it to students for them to be able to cope in the exam. So we're just saying to students, as a proposal, to say, let's at least sympathize with our students. When every issue has been resolved, then we can say you have no any other excuse to do but to comply with the rule. This is the last one. To say, though we are representing students, every day when we wake up, our parents as the securities and gardeners and cleaners, they greet us. When they greet us, their faces are always not having a faces which are faces of someone who's happy. And they are also explaining that there's the issue with these issues of insourcing. To say, they also want to see themselves being insourced and being the form part of the University of Venda. I've done this when I'm touching on the issue of merge with other universities.
Thank you very much, President. The last point is that you want insourcing of workers.
Yeah.
I've given you 30 minutes from 15 minutes. We'd agreed that we'll give you 15. It's now 3:10. It was 22 when we gave you time. Thank you very much, Labour. Thank you, President. Labour, we have 15 minutes. Take the mic there to the person who's supposed to. We have until 25 past.
Thanks, Chair. Kindly receive our revolutionary greetings from the workers of the University of Venda. And this goes to the team that is accompanying you or have accompanied you.
Yeah, are you not presenting?
I'm presenting. I was just
Where
giving
is
you
it on the
greetings.
screen?
Yeah, it's on my screen here.
We want to see it on the screen here. Where is it here? Sorry? You can continue.
Yes, Chair. As I said, receive our greetings from the workers or on behalf of the workers, and this goes to the team that is accompanying you to our university, and further greetings to our Vice Chancellor and the team of the executive management that is backing him to this sitting, Chair. As you know, we are a labor union in the University of Venda. Now, we are representing the majority of employees in the university. So, Chair, as I said in the morning, that it's not easy to be a sub-steward because you end up in these sittings with your seniors and you have to talk in front of your seniors. But I will talk on behalf of the workers of the University of Venda, Chair. So, Chair, one issue that we have put forward, Chair, is that we annually enter into wage agreements with the University of Venda management. And we enter into that wage agreement with demands from workers or employees. But those demands are not all met. We have a situation where we are just a salary of an employee in April, then other issues are not attended to. So that is one issue that is affecting our workers' working ethic, Chair, in the institution. So putting it forward, Chair, we want it to be addressed going forward. Then the second issue, Chair, is the issue around policies. As Labour, I don't know how many emails am I receiving every day or visitations of academics into my office to say we don't have a promotion and of academics policy in place. And we have been raising this, Chair, for the past 3 to 4 years. And this policy to us is the core policy to ensure that this institution functions very well. So we are pleading again, Chair, that this policy be engaged on with Labour instead of Senate, because the more it keeps on saving at Senate, it will never come to Labour, Chair. So that is one. And then the second policy, Chairperson, that we are having a concern on, it's a policy on recruitment of staff in the investor vendor, Chair. This policy expired last year in June, Chairperson, and on weekly basis we are acquiring new staff members to join the institution. So technically, Chairperson, we as Labour, we can say we are operating on a policy that is not renewed, meaning we don't have a standing guideline at the current moment to assist us. That is the second one, Chair. Then the third one on our concerns from workers, Chair, is the UIGC. UIGC, we mean the University Generation Company, Chairperson, which I think also the president of SRCC tried to talk to, Chair. But ours is a different vision, Chair, to say this company should assist us to improve the third stream generation of the university. And if this company is not doing that, we must at some point take a bold decision to shut down the company or come up with strategies or other business models where that company, Chairperson, I think it should go out and bid for tenders or provide even security services outside so that maybe it can make money for the company and it assists the university. But if we are going to be in a position where we are taking coffers from the university and funding a company that is not assisting us in what it should be doing, then we are running a loss, Chairperson. Then lastly, Chairperson, before I conclude, the issue was causing problems and instability, but you know, as Nahau leadership, we had to arrest it and explain to the workers on how did the COO position come about. On the statute of the university, we had a DVC operations, Chairperson. Then we had a CFO. So our CFO was therefore recommended to be a COO because we no longer have a DVC. So workers, when they come, we clarify them along those lines. So we don't want to come here and maybe act as if we are not trying to arrest the situation. So to this point, thank you, Chairperson. That's what we put together as Labour. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Labour unions, members. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 members. What do you suggest in terms of time? 5 minutes. I'm waiting for you to such a. Okay, there's a suggestion of 15. There's a suggestion on 10. Khabo,
Chairman, I propose that we go for 5 minutes.
you're supporting, and Zondo.
Why are you guys here?
Governor. 10. Okay. We'll call for 10 minutes, colleagues. So Honorable Lonzi does not have questions. Okay.
No, Chair, I said I wanted to donate my time to the capable SRC president of Univen, if you will allow. But if not, Chair, I was hoping if I would come towards the end because I did arrive a little bit after the presentations had started. So I picked up on a few issues that I'll raise, but I don't think I'll be long.
Honorable Khakao.
Yeah, Chair, please can I request that people who were here before us start with the meeting? I'm still concluding on a few things that I wanted to ask. Thank you.
Okay. Maybe next time we must give people minutes based on the number of hours they've spent in the meeting. Honorable Christians.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you to all the presenters. And thank you for the walkabout. I think it was very enlightening. I just want to congratulate the VC and his team. You know, from what we've seen with regard to the infrastructure development, it's really very good work. And I'm hoping that you will maintain as we go forward for students' sake. Chair, I want to start off with accommodation because our time is limited. So there's really conflicting reporting between the university and the SRC with regard to accommodation. And I think for us as portfolio members, historically we have had problems throughout the country with regard to accommodation. Now you've noted that you have 4,178 on-campus beds, that is 13 residences, and you have just over 10,000 off-campus beds. Now, in your report, VC, you stated that currently you are expecting no shortage with regards to that, and you've also stated that last year you've had 2,000 in excess. Now, the SRC, however, when they came on, they cite overcrowding, poor conditions, stress, safety conditions and concerns, and that really is a problem because I think that we should be listening to what our students have to say because they have the lived experiences in the accommodation areas. So I want to know by the university, how is your inspection going? How many off-campus residences failed inspection in 2025? And how many residences have you actually inspected for 2026? And then, how many student complaints were logged on specifically accommodation last year? And then for those who have entered the system this year, how many of them have come back and logged complaints about their accommodation for 2026? And I mean, I'm saying this especially after our incident that we had here where the 20-year-old was actually stabbed to death by her boyfriend. So that remains a real concern that safety and security is an issue, as the SRC has mentioned. And that is definitely a credit to off-campus residences. So I would really appreciate your answer there. So do you have, just lastly, with regard to accommodation, do you have a residence quality and safety intervention plan?
They are responding now? Okay. VC, you'll direct who's responding.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I will just maybe give a very brief overview of that space and then the Dean will talk to that. around our student overcrowding. You're quite correct, we've got about 4,178 students that live inside. Majority of them are off-site in accredited spaces, Now internally here, we don't experience overcrowding. We have really, some few years ago, do away with squatting. We don't have that. So if the bed is allocated, the room is allocated for one student, it should be one student. Because that was the problem that was causing a lot of issues when you got much more numbers than you can carry inside. So we don't have that problem of overcrowding as it were. I can just allow the dean to talk about the inspection of the residencies, issues that you raised, that they manage that, just to close that in.
Thank you, VC. If I may just add on that, we have accredited, I think this year, around 96 off-campus residencies with the over 10,000 in terms of beds capacity. And one thing that I can assure the committee or the portfolio committee is that we do have a number of off-campus residencies, which in terms of amenities, they are far much better than some of our residencies inside here. So that then covers the issues or the fears of the issues of safety. So I don't see any problems. And in terms of our accreditation process is done in terms of the stars. We do have residencies which are on the third star or second star or a first star. So, and that is also in line with the NFSA's norms and standards. I think off campus we are fine there. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chair. I just want to encourage the SRC that should they experience problems as they go forward, they are welcome to reach out to the portfolio committee, because we've heard now that accreditation is done, and that as far as the VC and his office is concerned, there should be limited issues, but you are welcome to reach out to us should you experience such issues. Following that, Chair, I would like to go on to the gender-based violence and safety issue. And, the students have also reported that they do not feel safe on certain locations. And I mean, we've seen the vast work going into your fencing, so we've seen that that is adequate. But the problem still remains. And we've also seen your reporting, and we've seen that there were under 10 students actually last year who have reported gender-based violence issues on campus. Now, my question is, could this be an underreporting problem at the university? And if so, because, the thing is that low numbers are not necessarily low incidences. And I'm worried about that, I'm concerned about that. Because low numbers could actually indicate low trust in who they are reporting to. So my questions around that is really if it is an underreporting problem, and have you thought about doing an anonymous student survey to determine how many gender-based violence cases there actually are on campus? Then just general questions with regard to safety. How many residences have CCTV as of today? How long does it take from the time a student actually reports an incident to the time that protective action is actually taken for that student? And then last year, you've indicated that there were 7 incidences. Of those 7 incidences, how many of those perpetrators were actually expelled or dismissed from the university? And then you've also cited that you have a male awareness campaign or drive. And, just for interest's sake, what was your attendance like when you had those drives? And is your SRC actively involved in those male awareness drives?
Thank you, Chair, for the questions. Quite very important issues that we are discussing, these GBV issues. And as I said, as I was presenting, these are societal issues. It's our society, all of wherever, the issue of GBV is quite very rife. And we're not immune to these kind of issues, But wherever it's an institution, we can't just fold our arms and say, these are happening, by the way. we bear responsibility to teach students to be responsible. And that's what we have put in terms of our policies, to engage, to change behaviors, because we feel we need to do that. However, we don't work alone in this space. It's quite a very diverse space. You know, sometimes students might be walking from campus to home, and they're being mugged, and something happens. We have to be aware of those. So the team, with the directors, you know, we've engaged with SAPs and whatever. We've even put lighting, you know, using university money in the corridors where students walk to their spaces, you know. We put lighting. Also ensure that we put securities, where there are university security that will work with students, you know, afternoon or late afternoon when they go back to their residencies, you know. And also working with SAPs is happening. There's a lot of patrol in that space. So I'm just putting it so that you understand all these things that we've put together. And when we talk about whether 10 or 7 is under-reporting, we do, of course, have this anonymous reporting where students and staff can report gender-based violence through the risk management platform. So this is what we receive anonymously, what people have reported. And we can't check whether this is low or this is high, because we allow space for it to be in a very anonymous space to report. But if there's any improvement, we are willing to really make sure that we engage on those. As I said also, we put a lot of, you know, the whole campus now is controlled by CCTV. As you start from the gate until everywhere you go, there is a camera that will pass you to another camera, so the campus is well secured inside. And we want to make sure that now we go to the residencies. The funding that I said we have received, that 2026, they'll be ensuring that we now put CCTV cameras in the residencies to make sure that the space also become much more safer. So those are the things that are happening, Chair, around that, you know. I must talk also on the issues, a number of those cases that were handled, whether staff were expelled or students. Yes, of course. There were 3 staff members who were expelled last year, in the 2024 and 2025, who were found wanting when it comes to gender-based violence and sexual abuse. So we take a very zero tolerance to those kind of issues, you know. There are also students who are barred from attending classes, you know, given a suspension of 2 years or 3 years, you know, by council, who have found themselves into serious GBV offenses, you know. So those things are happening. And I can say those, you know, it's us to say you cannot tolerate GBV. You have to do something so that people are sort of learn how to handle that, you know. So, Chair, I think I've responded to all those what you raised. You talk about the male awareness campaign. Precisely that, to make sure that we engage with young people, young boys, around certain behaviors. Because we believe that we are a university, we must teach values, ethics here and there. I must say also, just 2 weeks ago, through the DVC, we've been engaging with the MEC of Economic Development in the Limpopo province, who said this region, Wembe, has got a high incidence of violence through when people are drunk. There's a lot of shebins all over, beer halls. So they are saying, as a university, what is it that you need to do to assist government? So there's a team that is led by the DVC to see how do we get into that space, because we believe we must be providing such teachings and learning to our communities.
Honorable Governor, maybe before you come in, because we are on the GBV issue. A few years ago, what is this? No, the other one. The CGE, Council for Gender Equity, had indicated that your gender-based violence policy was not in line with the national policy. Maybe if you can take us through what is it that you have, I think it was about 2-3 years, I can't remember the exact, but if you can take us through, you're saying last year there's about 3 staff members that you got rid of because of gender-based violence. Is the gender-based violence policy of an institution in line according to that the national policy on gender-based violence? When did we fix it and all of that? If you can just take us through that part.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, you're quite correct. You know, this new policy on the GBV that I was referencing early in the morning arose out of that engagement with CGA, where there were no policy to manage these issues of GBV. So we had to put new policies. that have to go through to council for them to be approved for us to manage that. So I can safely say it arose out of that CGA engagement. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'm partially covered. I did have many questions, but maybe one can start off with the issue of connectivity of camp residents. Because I'm looking when it's being presented, it was well said and good, but we discovered that off-camp is limited and it has issues. How are we to address this issue? Because if they can't connect, literally we are saying 10,000 and above students don't have access to learning. And that can't be something that is progressive and good to present. What is it that we have in space to try and close this gap of off-camp Wi-Fi connectivity issues?
Thank you, Chair. You're quite correct. You know, it's a very important aspect of connectivity. We don't want to make sure that our students are only online when they're here. Even when they go to the accommodation, they must find spaces that is enabled in terms of ICT. This is a very difficult, question in a way that you got a service provider who's outside of the university, who you accredit, will say, I'll do 1, 2, 3, and 4. And over the past few years, you had, NSFAS is going to take over, university are going to move in. So it's a flat space, in my view, in terms of how that is managed. So what we're doing, we used to have a Wi-Fi that is provided by the university to these residencies, through the university company that provided Wi-Fi. But we learned that, it was not optimal. There are certain, residencies where this is not working. So we took a decision as this executive to say the provision of Wi-Fi cannot solely be provided by the university. Landlords must go to Telkom, to MTN, and able to procure if they say that the UIGC one or the university one is not optimal. So we allow that space for landlords to be able to provide ICT. So one of the things when we accredit them, we check if there's Wi-Fi, we check if there's securities. But it's something that we only learn that, sometimes it will be very intermittent here and there. It's something that I think, in my view, it needed a new way of looking at it in terms of providing that, how the space is. I must say also, for some of you who are not for the region here, this area is not like your urban areas where you've got very high connectivity. There's no fiber lines here to homes. The only advantage is that the university here, way back, we were given this line from the government where all universities were connected, this fiber to the university. But you go outside of this campus, the houses, there's no fiber. So they must have an aerial or something or an antenna to get wherever this coverage. So, and the story that I got, MTN was the only one that was providing, good coverage. When batteries are stolen, they will replace. I'm told Vodacom, when batteries are stolen, they don't replace. So there's an issue that are bigger than us that needs to be addressed. And hence I'm putting it that way to say there has to be a systemic and very deliberate, solution to address it. I must say, now there are some companies, Vumatel is now putting some fiber structures here. We are hoping that maybe in a year from now, this place, the houses, will have better coverage than other places, as it were. But that's a space where we are in. But from our side as staff here, we enforce that, if you're a landlord, you are charging students for Wi-Fi, there must be Wi-Fi. Whether you pay it from MTN, from Vodacom, you must provide that, because that was the condition for you to get students from the university. So this is how we manage that. I'm not sure whether I've responded to your issue.
To think whether you'll have any processes in space that are trying to address the issue, understanding the explanation, or do you have maybe the data that you send direct to students to minimize lack of connectivity direct to their phones? Do you have an option of that nature to assist? Because if they can't connect, it literally says they will not be able to be effective on teaching and learning that takes place.
You're quite Correct, I take your point. We do from time to time, we were providing data to students. We've made an agreement to the likes of Vodacom, we were buying data, we provide to students. And we found that it was not sustainable because you got landlords who were charging students for that money. So we are saying those landlords, because they are getting money for such service, they must provide that. But from time to time, I can assure you, we do use university money to cover students. There are times where we have to pay allowances when NSFAS is not come. We use our money to do that because we don't want them to leave them, backwards much more.
Oh, okay. I would want to believe that when you are doing inspection on accreditation of these residents, that is something that is going to be in the tick box. So what happens if you find that there is no Wi-Fi connectivity in an off-camp residence? What measures, how do you, what do you do when you find out that they don't have the Wi-Fi that they said they do have?
Yeah, you see, if I can just share with you some of the frustrations. 2024, last year, no, 2024, 25, we were told that, as universities, we should not worry about off-campus residencies. NSFAS is gonna do their own work. We waited. Around about February, they say, by the way, now take universities, take accommodation. So it was late. We now have to go and do some accreditation very, very quick because students are already there. So this entire planning, in my view, that's sort of required for us to really begin to address these kind of issues, if we really want to get to the deep of the issues to get a solution. But all I'm saying, as a university, is incumbent upon us to ensure that our students are able to have spaces that are conducive for them to learn. I can say to you, there are very, very beautiful residencies outside that people have built with Wi-Fi, with everything. Also got some fuels that are our problem, that we are able to say, how do we make sure we don't get this into the list because they don't provide the services that is required. So again, this year, when we accredit, SRC is part of that accreditation. We don't do that alone. They go, they tick, they see what we are doing around that particular spaces.
I think I'm a bit happy with the response. VC, you had 3,720 available spaces for first-year students. When you made offers to applicants, were they all taken? You mean now that application processes is closed, your vacant spaces are filled, there is no more application that can be still done? Because we are also looking at the number and the high volume of grade 12 learners that are still unplaced. Were all your offers taken? You mean everything now is closed in terms of application? You are only concentrating on registration and classes?
Let me allow the registrar to speak to that.
Thank you so much. So, as we indicated, we had about 140,000 applications for first-time entering students for about 3,700 spaces. Registration is still ongoing. So far, I think the latest numbers that we had was that we had registered around 3,000. So meaning we are left with about 700 odd spaces. But what we do is we open up the system in a particular interval. We allow students to request for admission, and then we give them up to 3 days to actually register, because we understand that some might want to source funding if they are not funded. And after the 3 days, if a student has not requested a space, then we close and then we open up for other students. So I think we've done it twice now. I think today was to be the day where we open up the system again. So we keep on doing that until the spaces are taken. However, there are some programs where we know that we often have difficulty in terms of getting students, especially in the sciences and agriculture, and those are the ones that often you'd find that it takes some time for us to actually get the students, and we might have then to resort to doing late applications. So we open up the system for late applications for those kind of students. And this is something that we are considering because we are monitoring the numbers to see how they are going. And if it comes to that, then we could then open up the system for late applications.
Usually, Registrar, when you open up for late application system, more or less it's about around which time? February after registration closes? When do you usually open for late applications?
Yeah, so what we had done in the past is we would really wait until, we see, because we wanna give an opportunity to everyone. And then we had worked even with the SRC in the past to actually say, if they are aware of students who could, who are interested in the late applications, then we'd rope them in. But I think this year we have agreed that we should open up the late application process earlier, not really wait too long for that.
No, thank you very much. The rest will send in writing. Honorable Zondo.
Thanks, Chair. Maybe let me start there. I think on a presentation, you talk about unlocking of student funding. Then I was checking because it's still, you said it's still in the process. Then I'm just checking if, what is the time frame that you have set for yourself?
For unblocking?
Yes.
Let me get the Director Majir.
Thank you, Chairperson. The issue of funding is something that is happening as and when we receive, actually when the students come, they have to check whether they are funded or not. And in the process where the student is funded, we do unblock so that they're able to register. So that is the process. We don't have a time lag to say it will take 2 days. It's something that happens every time, anytime when the student requires that service.
Because of time, I still have a question on that, but let me see if I'm able to cover my questions. In terms of your management, we see, these days in the country, in fact, I want to, these days in the country, in fact, I want to check on board in terms of your staff and your students. How many are international students? How many are international staff in this university?
Thank you. I might not have a proper stats for staffing in terms of our international, but in terms of our students, we sort of work within the framework that has been approved by government. That says, 5% of your students will be from the SADC region, another 2% from the rest of Africa and the world. So we normally try to follow that. What I can share with you is that, for the past 2 years, we're struggling to fill our international student quota, where you got some other students from elsewhere. The year we were able to fill students is the time where we're giving them bursaries, which was wrong. So they must pay, thence we are really not filling our quotas. So in that light, I will have to check in terms of the figures for 2025, how we fare in terms of the numbers of our international students.
Okay, please, Visi, can we get that in writing? In terms of your staff,
provide that in writing.
In terms of your staff and in terms of your students, yeah, because it's just a pity that you are saying at some point you have took our money and you funded people who will take our asset and go and utilize them in their own countries, whereas some of our students, our brothers and sisters, they didn't get those bursaries. But again, it's a thing of a past now, as we are saying. I hope it's so. If we go on, I don't know. It was not on your presentation, Visi,
I do have the answer on the question of foreign versus local staff. And that number is 8%. So we have 1,007 staff, and of those, 77 are foreign nationals. 8% of the staff population. Thanks.
77
77, yes.
are foreign nationals.
Correct, out of 1,000 staff establishment. Thanks.
Okay. But what are the positions that they are occupying in the staff? Because if you are saying that you are following our policies as government, we are saying that it must be a rare skills that they can occupy in our institutions. Then if you have 77, what are those skills?
Yeah, as I said, Chair, we might have to provide a report in terms of the categories. We don't want to speak from our heads to say the and this and that might not be sufficient. We might have to provide a report that categorize this stuff.
Because of my time VC, please can I get that? But it's good that we know now 77.
Yeah.
Then we have a rare skills that is occupied by 77 people. I think we need to I'm just passing on this one because we talk about it when we're doing a walkabout. The issue of naming that unity. And when I'm looking at your report, I see there's some repeat on saying that they are disability unit or support unit. I think special unity can fit well than saying this is a disability building, you know. Isn't like, but we spoke about that. Can you fix it? On your audit, how come? For 5 years now, you are getting unqualified. Unqualified, it's a good thing. But for us, if you are getting it for 5 years, that means there's something that you are not doing correct. Because why don't you get clean audit? Because we are right promoting unqualified audit. It's it's one of the good, not one of the best. But if you are getting for 5 years, what is this problem that you are not fixing?
I might have to allow the CFO to speak to that, but what I can assure you, there are a lot of things that are not in our control that really prohibits issues of land. This university is housed in a tribal land, and that land is not registered to the university. So each and every year when the auditors is still outstanding, that's why you can't get clean audit. We have to engage with the tribal chiefs, with the Department of Land to make sure that process is finalized. So we just, I think last year, December, signed an agreement with the traditional authority where they've now agreed to assist the university to now register the university land into the name of the university. And I can assure you, he's going to do with a lot of these issues of findings, maybe reaching that unclean, clean audit as it were. I think that's the simplest I can provide in that.
I think you know, Visi, if we got a report beforehand, we're going to do a thorough investigation on the matter. So we will be not asking you something that we don't have answers of. But because we got the report today, so we couldn't get time to go deeper as much as we want. So, but when I'm saying for 5 years, the issue of transfer and agreeing that you occupy the land by this university is not new, So the issue of transfers, I think even the government is always available to intervene where it's need be to make sure that the transfer are being done. That's why I'm saying for 5 years. I'm not saying it's not good to get unqualified, but getting it for 5 years, there's something that you are not fixing that you're supposed to fix. Let me go on. I think there's something that is not balancing there. The issue of COC. Yeah, COC certification. When I'm trying to balance, where is this thing now? COC. It's on IEG 4. Yeah, there is it. You said 20% completion, December 2026. Then how do you assume that you'll have 20% completion in December 2026? Now it's 2026 January. Then what is happening there? It's a IEG fourth cycle, 2026 deferred maintenance project.
I can need to get maybe my colleagues, CEO and
Because
also
I feel that my time will I will couple it on IEG fourth cycle 2017 2018 again maintenance. When I'm trying to balance your totals there and the total cost and allocation, I think in the total cost, there is a money left there, but I don't see it. I'm trying to track it because I believe when you're adding money from the allocation from the head, you should add exactly the money that is going to be short of. Then, but when you're adding, thereafter the total outcome become less than the combination of the D-head and the money that you have added. Then where did you add this money go to? Because you, in terms of your allocation, you did add the money on the D-head allocation. So I try to balance myself there, and number are not balancing. I don't understand if you, I don't know if you understand my question.
Yeah, I think I may need, I'm struggling a bit, but we may need, if let's say there's something that we need to provide in writing.
Chair, can I explain this question in one line?
No, it's okay. The alarm long rang. We will give it in writing. If you can pass the mic to the chair of the legislature, that side. Chair, when the alarm rings, unfortunately, it means time would have expired. Yeah.
Thanks very much and greetings once more. I don't have much questions. The gentleman next to me is fully prepared in terms of the questions. But mine probably, VC, on the issue of the curriculum. He is going to go deeper into the question that I want to ask. How you abandoned University of Venda for Science and Technology. I don't know what happened to that concept. For me, I think you missed an opportunity to take advantage of a very good concept, especially when you look at the market today. Now, my issue will be on the issue of curriculum in particular. Limpopo do have mines. The president went to, I think 2023, towards the end, if not 2024, on Edimbizo in Skukune. He made a pronouncement on a mining academy. Given the fact that I think the people of Skukune were raising an issue that we do have mines around here, but they are not benefiting us as people that are living in Skukune. I'll just use Skukune as an example because we were in Skukune. And we do have mines in Waterberg, we don't have mines even here, Musina, Palabo, Ramopani. Now, until we start to produce the skills that is able to respond to the market, and we'll continue to have that problem. Now, in Limpopo, 2025 metric class, I think it was more than 100,000, that road. You received around 139 applications. You can only be able to accept plus or minus 3,700. Well, we'll ask about that because we are here. And tomorrow we'll be with the University of Limpopo. I'm sure the same question will go. But I know that the same challenge across the province, which is a bit of a challenge. But then, hence I'm saying, if you were to take advantage of this issue of the mining academy in terms of looking into the issue of the issue of the curriculum vis-a-vis going back, I would really challenge you. I don't know how you abandoned the science and technology, but I would want to say, you have just next to you, Musina Makado, SEZ. I'm not sure in terms of the students that you have, whether will they be able to be the market that Musina Makado SEZ is looking for, just next door. Hence, I've said I don't think I have questions per se, but I think it's one issue. The labor on their presentation, they listed tender irregularities. I was waiting to hear if they will go deeper in terms of what is it that they're raising in terms of tender irregularities, because the portfolio committee is here, so that we're able to hear if indeed there are issues. Honestly speaking, we must also talk about the good VC. The university now has turned into something very beautiful. State of art. You are moving somewhere in terms of, because I'm a former student of this university, and looking at when that time and now, I think I can get lost if you just drop me somewhere here. And I can get lost given what we saw during our time. So there's a lot of work that has been done by the university and continue to be done. But hence we are saying, I think we'll talk about the beautiful buildings that we are doing, which must not turn into white elephants. Yeah, I think for now, let me leave it to. But maybe lastly, the issue of, because the rest should also go hand in glove in terms of the construction of the classes, lecture rooms. I think it's a challenge that you are also acknowledging that you'll have to look into, which is a bit of a challenge. So let me give Advocate Maringa next to me. Yeah, to use, at least the alarm is not yet rang.
No, it's okay. Let's allow them to respond.
Oh, okay, thank you.
And then we'll start his time so that the alarm can ring for him. Yeah. Yes,
Thank you so much, Chair. You're quite right in terms of how, the University of Venda was known and named then, Science and Technology University. And I can assure you, it was not just a naming. It was because of what is inside. Even up today, majority of our students at this university are in the sciences. So the biggest cohort of these 15,600 students, about 43% of those are in the sciences. It's something that when you go to other comprehensives, it's not like that, it's skewed. So ours is still the science part, and it's something that we appreciate. Whether you name it or whatever, but as long as you keep these certain categories, I think for me that's quite what is key. So that's what we're able to maintain. But I do take your point around issues of curricula, ensuring that we ready our students for the opportunities that are current, that are happening. You're quite right, we're in a space where there are a lot of minds in, in Limpopo here, where we're gonna need to come up with our, programs. We are a comprehensive university, and by virtue of being comprehensive, there are certain certificates, diplomas in mining that we must be able to produce. We have those things that were on plan. We're working with VETS, we're finalized, but we couldn't put those plans through because of funding. We submitted those many years to DIET. We were not receiving funding to put those, because mining is very expensive, if we have to be honest around that. And if you're not receiving funding for such high quality infrastructure, you can't do that. We have opted for the lower cost, where it's your civil engineering, which we are saying by year 2028, we'll be taking the first intake of our civil engineering, because it's much cheaper. It depends on what we have here, just to augment your fourth year and in the final year in that space. But this in terms of finances that we don't have, we have not moved in that. But it doesn't mean we should fold our arms. We should engage the department for us to be able to really move to ensure that our program speaks to exactly what we want to do. On the issue of the tender irregularities, I will also want to engage how they will have to tell me so that we're able to engage that. I was also looking forward so I can hear more about that. But where I'm seated, I've not heard anything around that because we've got a supply chain that is functioning, in my view, as it is intended. But if there are any issues that I'm not aware of, I'll be interested to know and to hear how to deal with those. I think the last point that you mentioned, which is quite very key, is and also said by the president of the SRC. We have taken a decision. We were applying for funding from the department to put some office structures, some few years ago. And we said, we're going to need to redirect this money to build lecture room. You heard me saying that, as part of the 2026 construction, there's a multi-purpose center that is on plan that we believe, if we finalize that, is going to accommodate a lot of students that we are not able to accommodate elsewhere. That already has been canvassed to Senate. It has been approved by EMC. It has went to our council, is approved. We just will be starting with that early this year so that we've got a ready-made classes for students so that they're not left behind and learning through a rumor, as it were.
No, thank you very much, Advocate. Your time starts now.
Thanks, Chair. I don't have many questions, VC, you must not worry. Not today. I'm very interested in when you took the podium, VC, there's a point in time when you spoke about entrepreneurship. And then as you went down with the engagement, unless I've missed it, I have an interest to establish whether the university have got a well-resourced, finished entrepreneurship center so that we're able to build capacity and we can produce people who can be employers as opposed to them being workers. I want to start there. The second question I want to ask is the challenge of dropouts. If the university can take us through to check in terms of statistics, even if you are not exact, estimated how many of the dropouts accounts for financial difficulties and how many of them accounts for inability to progress academically. And if the stats for those who are not progressing academically, it's a bit higher. What measures have we put in place as a university to at least mitigate for future loss of students who are not able to progress successfully and end up dropping out of the university? I think that question sits very dearly with me because I've seen a number of people who left universities and now they are just begging for jobs on the street. If you can take us through that, it will assist us a lot.
Yeah, let's have a conversation. So you ask one question.
Oh, it's one by one. I thought I'm going to list all of them.
No, it will take long.
Okay.
Because some of them, they might answer something that you
Thanks,
didn't
Chair.
ask.
I'll tone down a bit. Thank you.
Yeah, VC, if you can respond.
Thank you so much, Chair. I think the question on entrepreneurship, one of our objective is to become an entrepreneurial university. And we have the DVC teaching and learning is here. We've taken this decision to say each and every student, whether you come here to study BSc or law, you must be taught entrepreneurship. So there's a compulsory module for all first entering that, last year the team is finalized. And it will be rolled out now this year for all new students. Because we want to make sure that each and every one of them, at least they went through this course. Once we roll the course to this first entering student, we want to go to the returning student also to see how we can able to provide that because it's a skill that they will require because we believe it's quite very important. But around that, if I may, there is I didn't show you, Chair, this morning as we were doing a walkabout. In the education space, we got what we call University of Venda, what we call USFERI. It's an entrepreneurship building where I recall 2019, 2020, somewhere there. I personally went to the then Minister of Small Businesses, Kumuzon Chabeni. And then I said, I've got this idea. And then we were given money to put what we call USFERI there, where we train students to pitch their ideas, right here inside, to come up with their own concept, right here inside. So there's a lot of work around that has been formalized already on entrepreneurship. And for some of you who are not aware, in 2021, there's what we call ED. higher education entrepreneurship that is run by the department. University of Venda was given position number 1 compared to all 26 universities in the county in terms of how we're driving this entrepreneurship. So I'm trying to say to you, there is a very fertile ground, I think in my view, for this university to also become a leader around this issue of entrepreneurship in how we're driving that. But it's something also that we can do much more, as I said earlier. Now, on the questions of the dropout, and it's a very good question that you raise, that will force us to say, you go to the list of those dropout students and able to segment to say what are the issue. Was it financial or family related or academically, whatever disadvantage or this and that, It's an exercise that I'm willing to go and do. My team can able to provide me that data. I can able to share with you those numbers and aggregate such kind of issues across those dropouts.
I think I can shoot. My colleagues have already raised issues in relation to GBV. I just want to check if we've got a victim empowerment center within the university.
I think, Advocate Nemukura, you may talk about that, the Victim Empowerment Center to assist those that are victim of I'm not sure, is it you or him?
Thank you. What we have in our unit is actually the counseling department. That's where we try and assist those ones who've gone through such traumas. But at the moment, we don't have an established center per se. But we do have the unit to assist those ones who have been affected. Yes.
Thanks, Chair.
If I can just say, we also work with the higher health around these issues of supporting the victims. And we not only provide, psychological support to the victim themselves, we also go to the family. I'll give you a scenario of what happened last year when a student was murdered. Not only did we provide psychosocial to students who were living with the student deceased, but we also get the family to be given psychological support because we believe it's a space that we need to do. But we don't term it victim support, but it's just a psychological support that we provide.
What measures do you have in place to interrogate departments in terms of faculties which underperform from time to time? And what have we diagnosed and what do we pick up? Where we've got a department, for instance, you say the Faculty of Education or the Department of Education is not doing well, it's going down and down and down. In our diagnosis, what did we pick up and how are we resolving that? Thank you.
Yeah, we normally prefer not to do a post-mortem because it will be too late. We want to address issues as they happen. So we've got what we call biographical questionnaires, where when students register, we're able to know who come from where, what challenges they might have, so that you got a systemic kind of support. As you heard early this morning, that student will be now referred to Chetel to say, these are the students that need support on this and that and that. And also sometimes after when students write their first test, lecturers are able to know, here we need to do much more. And then the mentors that you heard about, this mentoring and the tutors that we provide, they will be put to good use to make sure that we support this particular student. Because you don't want to do the post-mortem after the war. You want to make sure that you attend to the issues before they manifest.
I think this will be the last question, Chair, before the clock goes off. I want to establish quickly, VC and your management, in terms of your council, the university council, the level of contribution to the university, particularly on the part that many people don't want to talk about. I think my colleague wanted to touch it and he left it, that the university from time to time will be in the limelight for reasons which are not necessarily the best. In this case, I want to ask about the aspect of employment. When we do employment to some certain level of executives, how assistive is the university council? Half the time, the university is always accused, not necessarily this one, you are always accused of allowing political muscles to be wielding their eggs in terms of your preparations when you are supposed to employ people, particularly at a certain level of management of the university. We just want to check with this council that you have, how safe are you, what is their contribution, and how much is their assistance so that the university can get the best that it can get. Thank you.
Yeah, I think, I'm not just saying that because the chair is here, the chair of council, we've got one of the best, in my view, council, or the support. Because mostly when you talk council, you want to get people who understand their roles. That you are here for oversight, for governance, and not for day-to-day management of the university. So this council, I can assure you, they don't run the university that way. We provide reports to them, they scrutinize the report, all this and that. So they understand the space. And hence you see maybe the success that you see. If let's say they were much more putting their fingers, their hands in the cookie jar, you wouldn't be seeing what we see today. And that tells you that you got one of very robust, governing structure, which send, in my view, a very good message to all the structures. But once you have it rotten there, it also rotten going down. And I want to thank the council for its advisory role and oversight role that it plays to make sure that we got these universities. When it comes to also the appointment, they are quite very rigor, to support the university in the best interest of the university for us to move forward.
Thank you, thank you. It happens. And VC says he's not saying so because the council is here. This is what he means. VC, that you are saying the council is one of the best. We've had, this is probably the most used word here in UL. We went to the disability unit, we're told it's one of the best in the world. We went to the health sciences, we're told, and the nursing simulation, the director there said, is the first of its kind in the world. So this thing of one of the best, I think, is the favorite word. Honorable Khabo.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Thanks for the opportune moment. Let me also probably join members of the committee in appreciating the work that the management has done in terms of keeping the university alive and to a large extent demonstrating an understanding on what is it that is expected from management, including its council. That must be appreciated, VC. But be it as it may be, I've got few questions that I would want clarity on from your good selves in particular. Earlier on, Labour has made a submission in relation to the issues of policies and made the reference in particular to your recruitment policy. I'd like to check with you, when last did you review your policy and how often do you review your policy? So with me, VC, I'm going to be clear. Don't exploit or abuse my time. You see, my questions are very short. I expect you also to go straight to my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. I think around the issues of policy, we've got a standing rule here that says each and every 3 years, the policy must be reviewed. And then if, let's say, there are changes, we don't wait for 3 years, it gets to be reviewed. So there is a governance framework that sits with the register that we check all our policies. Also, I can say this policy of recruitment will be reviewed at that given time.
My question is, when last did you review your policies?
I think it will differ because some of them were reviewed last year because they were due to be reviewed.
I've made the reference to the recruitment policy.
I'll have to check so that I can give you the precise answer.
Okay, probably while you are checking before my time comes to an end, maybe
Yeah.
one of your staff members can check while I go to the next
check with
question.
the Director HR just on the review of the recruitment policy when it was last reviewed.
The second part, earlier on while we were conducting a walkabout, you reflected on 1,800 beds that you had to construct the building next to us. Just wanted to check with you. We also made mention of the fact of your DBSA loan. How much was the loan? In fact, you have made mention of the 300 million that you had to do a loan on from DBSA. I want to check with you, for how long was the loan for? That was the first thing. But the second thing, was the 300 million made use for the intended purpose? Because as in when we were working about, you also made an indication that there was an augmentation that was done from the Department of Higher Education and Training. The third part that I wanted clarity on, you made mention of abandoned projects. And one of the things that I've raised the question on and around was the measures that were in place in terms of holding these contractors responsible for what they have not done. Just wanted to check those three things quick while I'm aligning my questions properly.
Thank you so much. Yes, I will give you an overview around our 800 beds. Of course, it's a DBA funded, it's a loan of 300 million rand that we got from DIET. And it was one of those structures that we abandoned. It was not finalized. We had to go and ask for more money from DIET to finalize it. And we're still paying the loan. I want to believe CFO is about 20 years, or I'm not sure how long, 20 years that we have to pay that particular loan, to DBSA. So it's somewhat we are doing. But if I can maybe just also talk around the reasons for this thing to be abandoned. You not entirely blame the contractors in that space if I had to understand exactly what went in. So when they were building these 1,800 beds, they took the part of this money and start another project that was what we call DIET funded. So money that was supposed to finish there, it also started somewhere. Hence, you couldn't finish both. And we have to really speak to the quantity surveyor to understand what happened. When I came here, just to understand that story, and we make a case to DIET and explain thoroughly, as we did, to say it's not that money has been squandered. It's just that, money has been spread too thinly, in my view, and not finished one, but start a lot of work that has not been completed. That was some of the reasons for these, abandoned projects, as it were, if we said. But also for those, I can say, like your health sciences, where there was some negligence with the civil engineers who were in charge. There is a, legal process that is happening right now through the Hawks, who are now following the money, that has been squandered in that particular space. So there's a lot of referral that was done by the university to ensure that we recover some of the monies in that. But in other spaces, as I said to you, it was because of the inability of the university management to understand what needs to be done.
Well, thank you very much, Visi. Let me not ask you of things that you are not part of, rather. You said that last year, the accreditation process was handled by the university, and even stakeholders are involved, like your SRC, in the process of accrediting this off-campus student accommodation. I wanted to check with you, VC, how often do you conduct your oversight as a way of verifying the provision of services as it has been promised when you were signing your contracts? Because it has been alleged by the SRC that where students are residing actually makes it very difficult for them to conduct their studying. I want to check with you, how often do you conduct those oversight?
Thank you, Honorable Member. We do accreditation, I think, once during this time, and then around November, our mid-year, we'll then do the monitoring. So wherein we just check as whether those that we have accredited, they're still, conforming, or they're still suitable, for housing our students.
So when you conduct those mid-year review, probably you are saying that, if I understand you correctly, you're conducting those oversight 2 times in a year?
Yes.
Is the SRC involved in that process?
Yes, they are.
Are they lying when they say that in some residences, students don't have Wi-Fi connection.
They are not lying. I think as the VC has alluded to, we do have residences that are situated in an area that even any form of...
Understandable. So those residences, are they getting paid for the provision of Wi-Fi?
They do get paid, but we request them to pay the 200 rand.
So in an event that they don't provide such service,
the students get refunded.
the students get refunded?
Yes.
SRC? Is true? No, thank you very much. Let me go to the next issue. Students get refunded. There is an issue that was raised by Nehau, and to a large extent, I understand they were not clear. And two things that I would want them to clarify. What is it that they meant, Nehau? Earlier on, you were boasting as people who are representing the workers. But on certain issues, you are not clear, comrades. So I would give you an opportunity to be clear. What did you mean when you said that there are tender irregularities? That is number one. But number two, what did you mean when you spoke of the DVC position vis-a-vis the COO position? In my understanding, you were saying that the COO position was not in the organogram, and as a result, now you are now reduced to fire extinguishers. Clarify that part in terms of, are you saying that the COO position was not in the organogram, and in fact, it was only the DVC? Those are the two clarity-seeking questions that I would want to get from Nehau, Chairperson. While we are giving Nehau, I would want to check with you, VC, how often do you conduct your market studies as a way of trying to address the issue of curricula? And I'll also raise it with the department, because more often we are told that our universities are producing skills that are not aligned to the economic demands. So I would want to check with you, when last did you conduct the market study as a way of trying to influence your curriculum? The second thing I would want to get clarity on from the department in particular, DDG. There is an allegation here in terms of the submission of proposals of realigning the curriculum as per the demands of the market of Limpopo. Why are we having that frustration? Because according to the explanation, it has been 2, if not 3 years. The last part that I'd want to raise, Chairperson, as I've heard the alarm. You know, Chair, it can't be that we would want to treat this matter of us not receiving reports on time as an issue of miscommunication. And I would want to propose that further we must meet with the minister, because the minister's letter is quite confusing and contradicting and standing counterpost to the constitution of this country in relation to the powers that are vested to Parliament. It is not the minister who holds portfolio committee accountable, it is vice versa. So I would want to get one clarity on that part. And second to that, Chairperson, I would want a commitment from the department, especially from the DDG. You know the behavior of some universities, especially this one of University of Limpopo that we are going to meet tomorrow. They are going to use this letter written by the minister that contradicts the constitution as a way of trying to circumvent the issue of holding them accountable. I would like to get a commitment from the DDG that we are not going to encounter such situation tomorrow. That is my last point, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much. I think it would be unfair to the DDG to confirm that University of Limpopo won't behave like that. They've already written to us, telling us about that later. So when we opened the meeting, we spoke about it. Before Honorable Kakao, there are questions that are directed at yourselves, management. VC, who's responding? Where is the mic? What happened to the mic? Okay, maybe before, yeah. Maybe before VC, let's allow Nehao first to elaborate so that when you respond holistically. Yeah, just return the mic from where it's from.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all the honorable members. I think what my secretary wanted to actually say about issues of tender irregularities is that his office received a letter from Vendor Business Forum around last year. So this letter was actually discussing issues of potential fraud and tender irregularities from this concerned group. I think while we are still discussing it and deliberating about it, on the 21st of the same month, they sent a reminder with additional information that talks to potential tender irregularities. So this is when we decided to say, let's escalate this matter to legal, to the director of legal. And we sent the secretary forwarded the email to director legal as well as the labor, employee relations officer, who is one of our advocates internally. And since then, I think there have never been actually a report back to us in terms of, because the request was for them to investigate these allegations that are being made by the external structures. So, but since then, we hoped that management and through him, Director Legal, that they are busy investigating these issues that were actually being raised on the email. Chair, I think that's what the Secretary wanted to say. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Please respond, VC. Yeah, so you're saying the VBF. I thought you were saying VBS and in vendor. So, but this one stands for Vendor Business Forum, or it's VBF. Or I thought you meant VBS. VC.
Thank you, Chair. Just to close on those few questions that were put by the member, issues around the recruitment policy, when last it was reviewed. I just got a note from the Director HR. It was last reviewed May 2022, and then it's due for review in 2026. So that's what I've received. And then you also asked a question relating to the market study around our curricula or PQM, as it were. I just also confer with the DVC. We don't do market study just to check, but they do what we call a review of the entire PQA, PQA, so that we're able to really see which programs are supposed to be taught and which are supposed to go away. I must also, while I'm in this point, Chair, to indicate that, even from my engagement with the DVC, there's an exercise of reviewing the entire PQM, because we don't just want to teach something because it was there. It must represent something and begin to change the life of our student. So it's a process that, the DVC and the team are doing. But she can talk.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I must say that we, in just follow up from what the Vice Chancellor has just said, is that we do program reviews every 3 to 5 years. And in where we develop or intend to develop new programs, we do what you call feasibility studies to ensure that the programs that we actually want to implement or to want to provide for our students are quite market related. Part of our program reviews, most of the committees have what you call external expertise or industry people who actually advise the faculties in terms of those programs to ensure that those programs are quite relevant. Then our institutional planning also does what you call employability studies, where we look at where our students go when they graduate at the end of every graduation, to ensure that we're really quite satisfied in the type of programs that we really provision in our university. So we do, to an extent, those kind of feasibility studies. Thanks. Can I answer? Yes, please. The last feasibility study was done even in the previous graduation. So that happened. We are planning on an MBA and EMBA program. We have done a feasibility study for it. We have a new strategic plan with new programs that we are going to, which is the 2026 to 2030 strategic plan with new programs. We are obligated to do feasibility studies to ensure that those programs, before we even put them in place and submit them to data, they are quite relevant programs. Thanks.
Honorable Kaka.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, 15 minutes would have really worked. 15 minutes would have really worked. Next time, I will advise abong khonol bontate moholo ba bua le mamele. Hobane ke lona bua kaofela la shota. Chair, firstly, let me appreciate Vice Chancellor and your team the improvements that have been made in the institution since the last committee visit that was on the 1st of February in 2023. It is unfortunate that I was not here to observe the overall infrastructure of the institution. I do have 6 critical matters I want to engage on, but I'll try to be as succinct as possible given the time limitations I have. The first one, on network, it has already been touched on. I just have one advice, because I drove from Polokwane this morning to here, connected to a federal executive meeting of the DA. On the highway everywhere, I could hear everything that was said in that meeting. The minute I entered this last batch of where there's more traffic, people coming in, suddenly I couldn't hear what was happening in the meeting. There was a glitch. That told me, well, there's a problem, there's a traffic problem around the area. It shouldn't be that on the road, where nobody's doing anything, I am able to use either my Telkom or Vodacom. But the minute I step closer, there's a problem. So my solution, suggestion, DDG Sotriko. There are 3 players here that need to sit down and have an MOU. 1, DHEAD. 2, the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies. And 3, most importantly, the municipality. Because this is not just an off-campus problem, it's a municipality problem. So if the local government is not involved in working with the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies to make sure that we rope in those service providers, and they're not working with yourself, then you're going to place an unfair burden on the institution to fix a local municipality, communications and digital technologies, and your department's overall solution for students that could easily be solved by those 3 stakeholders. So that's just homework that I'm giving you to look into, please. That's 1. Number 2, Chair, on the overcrowding of academic spaces, not student accommodation spaces, as the SRC president alluded to. In the previous visit, it was a problem still. And so it's unfortunate that since 2023, on the 1st of February, I'm back here today and I'm hearing the same conversation. When I asked about this then, the commitment that was made by the institution was that you guys are, obviously you want to beef up on infrastructure, but there are limitations to the resources that you have. But the commitment that the institution made was to look into diversifying how you offer education, including catching up with the 4th Industrial Revolution, that being online education and blended learning. That was a commitment that was made, one that I'm always a proponent for. So where are you with that?
Thank you so much, Member, and also for the wonderful advice around issues of addressing network. I really want to thank you for that. You're quite correct. It's a matter that requires municipalities, DHEAD, and also communication department for us to address it. I need to thank you for that.
Thank you.
Now, on the question of overcrowding of academic spaces, and you're quite correct, you were here 2023, February, if I remember. Sometimes it sounds like a broken record. You get money, you build something this year. 2 years down the line, you are in square one, because the numbers are increasing. And that's the kind of spaces that we are in. You know, we put a lot of infrastructure. There was a new teaching and learning.
Vice Chancellor,
Yeah.
with all due respect, I have 5 minutes left. My question was specific. I understand the diagnostics of the problem, digitization. The institution made a commitment to diversify, to include digital education. Where are you with
Yeah.
that? That's my question.
So I was going to touch that. So 25% of our academic, programs are offered online. As per the agreement with DIET, we cannot go over than that. Only 25% is offered online. The rest is in-house. Once you find
Are you unable to go above the 25% because DHET dictates so, or because of your own internal capacity?
it's something that I have to engage with DIET. I don't want to say it's them or us, but it's what we've agreed in the past to say 25% of the curricula will be offered online and 75 will be,
Okay. So because these are forever changing times, I don't think it's wise to have limitations of percentages because that puts you in a back foot, DGG. Perhaps have a conversation to revise that, to make sure that you not only deal with the overcrowding here, but you deal with the issue that the whole country is speaking about in the beginning of the year, that you have over 100,000 students locked out of doors of higher learning when we are way, way, way behind the fourth industrial revolution. In fact, if I were Buti Manamela, if I was earning his salary, I would have literally pressed the button on digitization and that would have solved a whole lot of problems. So I'm asking DDG that please don't limit your capacity to deliver for students. So that's fine, thank you. That's number 2. And then number 3, it also relates to your ability to deal with the numbers of students on campus and online. Mayor in red behind you, you made a presentation. I'm so sorry, I was not here when you introduced yourself. IF chairperson, yes. The chairperson of the IF was very Pan-African in her communication, that your doors are even open to people outside of South Africa, that you do not, lock people out. While that is noble, and Pan-Africanism isn't a problem as a philosophy, I have a fundamental problem when the principle of charity begins at home is not practiced in the middle of a situation where South African students are unable to find placement at institutions of higher learning in their own country, but somebody from another country can come back here and get education. So if you look at the issue of digitization again, perhaps that would help you with that problem. So that we don't have a case where we have xenophobia becoming a thing unnecessarily so. So that's just another motivation for why you must fast track this motivation and try to lobby the department to get that right. I have a problem, Chair, with your with your postgraduate success rate. 2022, that success rate was on 73.8%. But now in 2024, it was at 54.8%. That is pretty much a 20% decline in your success rate for postgraduate studies. In 2023, part of the reasons that you listed as a problem or a hindrance of this success was funding for postgrads. And then the commitment you made, which we advised on, was that DHET was going to engage with funders for postgraduates like the NRF and so forth to ensure that we have a better success. Rogai Meseciko with that. Meseciko. Oh, I'm gonna pause my time, Chair.
Yes, Chair, we cannot fund for programs. I think the DVC Teaching and Learning explained the process that the university needs to follow. And those steps are deliberately designed for planning purposes. So until we get the paperwork, the requests and so on, we align it with the enrollment plan. We don't fund it that way. We use the funding model, tuition, subsidy, to fund programs.
Meseciko, that was not my question. I did not ask you what your process is. Actually, in fact, I never even said anything about a process. My question was specifically on part of, outside of the institution's own capacity to give good quality learning for postgraduate students. The commitment was you are going to help the institution align itself with all the documentations and the process steps for funding for postgrad students to become a thing that is more accessible. So I'm asking, where are we with that?
No, but the NRF is under DSI. We would certainly assist them if they approached us, but they have to approach the NRF directly.
Okay, so this is a fundamental problem, Chair. At the time, the Department of Science and Innovation and the Department of Higher Education were one. It is only now, a year and a half ago, that you guys divorced because you were in one ministry. You were in one ministry, and so for me, that shouldn't have been a problem altogether. So it highlights a fundamental problem with the political leadership that was responsible for that vision. That's one. Number two, VC, if Meso Tsikwa says you are not approaching her for help to engage a department that they have a relationship with, it means there's also a problem there with how you are restricting your ability to fly, and that's a problem. The third one, Meso Tsikwa, there's a fundamental problem with that thinking to say, but it is not our problem. The first solution I gave to Tabaya Network was you can't look at yourself in isolation in how you do your work in government. When you, as the DGD responsible for universities, want universities to succeed, but you realize there are limitations to what you can do, the best thing to do is to go next door and knock for help and say, I can bring milk, bring flour, you bring eggs, let's bake a cake that we can all eat. That's just my advice. So let's not limit ourselves to say, but I'm not paid for that, because that's what robs us of an opportunity to build the South Africa we want and we can all benefit from. But yeah, the rest will engage tomorrow or some other time. Thank you.
Thank you. VC?
No, thank you. I think I want to appreciate the comments and very valuable input. I think that will really become very good for us to move forward. I must say, and having somebody who worked in NRF before coming here, understanding the funding of the postgraduate in the country, I think we're going to need to be honest with ourselves and know exactly what is happening. South Africa doesn't fund postgraduate as it's supposed to fund. That's the bottom line. You know, my students will apply NRF, let's say for honors. Maybe 400 of them will apply. And then 5 are given NRF bursary. The same for masters, for PhD. So the country doesn't have funding for PhD, and that's it. So whether you put application there, you put a paper there, there is no funding for PhDs. We are funding undergraduate. I think that's how we should understand it.
I want to make a joke to say sitters are eating money for research.
Thank you. Indeed, she made valuable inputs, except one, where she misdiagnosed the problem of network. When she was coming, she was attending not the right meeting, online. So when she arrived in Venda, the network had to cut her off there because of the nature of the meeting. Honorable Lonzi.
No, thanks, Chair. I don't think I'll be long because I was in and out throughout the meeting. I want to greet yourself, Chair, members of the committee, the leadership of the university, the unions, and the leadership of students. Just a quick, a few questions I have, Chair, and then I think the other ones will follow by writing. Of the 400 million student debt that the university is having, how many students are you withholding certificates of, if that is something that is practiced by the university?
Thank you, Chair and Member. Yes, there is a number that I share with the colleagues this morning. I think it's about 5,435. These are the students who have graduated, but we didn't give them the degree certificates. But I also share with members the interventions that we do to make sure that we have this number, which were a number of iterations that we shared, so that we're able to revisit that, but the number is 5435.
Thanks, VC. The follow-up question, maybe the CFO will advise. In your books, there's a certain debt that you'll allocate it or describe it as a bad debt. And with my very little accounting knowledge, maybe you'll advise CFO. That is almost debt that you've accepted in accounting terms that you won't necessarily be able to recover this particular debt. So I'd be interested if have you quantified that debt, and also have you then quantified of the 5,435,000 students whose certificates and degrees you are withholding because they owe the university money, how much in that particular number would you say now falls under the category of bad debt or irrecoverable debt? In other words, even yourself as a university and an accountant, you've cracked your numbers, and you can see that we've been chasing this young person for about 10 or 15 years now, or 5 years, or even more than that. And clearly they've got no capacity to pay back this particular money. Does it serve the university to withhold the degree and the certificate of this young person? Because we may actually find that the very key that they need to go and unlock employment opportunities so that they can be able to have an income, if we were to argue that they wanted to enter some form of payment arrangement with the university, is this thing that we're withholding from them. So I wonder if the university has characterized these students.
Yeah, thank you so much. You're quite correct in your question. But how we, in terms of governance, fiduciary responsibilities, from time to time, we are able to take, certain requests to council to write off certain debts, where as management, we believe that, we're not going to be able to recover that. But of these 5,435, these are recent students, and the debt is not prescribed. We are able to really communicate with the student for us to be able to really recover that funding. But our interest, Chair, is not just to write off these debts, is to engage with funders to fund this, because we are robbing a university in a way. We are demanding that we must provide service for that, this and that, but you don't have income for you to do this auditoria that you want. So we must recover as much as we can so that we really begin to provide spaces that are conducive for teaching and learning. So our interest is not just to write off, but to engage with funders to make sure that students do pay their outstanding fees. And also from time to time, we engage in a number of interventions where we go to raise funding to settle for these degree students who don't have their certificates.
No, then my last question on debt, before I run to the other ones. How effective has it been to withhold the certificates of students? Like what if you were to quantify the success rate as a debt collection mechanism? How effective would you have said that when we withhold the degree and the certificate of a student, we incentivize them to pay back this money? Is there a view that the university has on that point?
Yeah, what I said earlier in the morning, for holding these certificates, it doesn't preclude them from employment. We are able to send this very same certificate to the employer if they've raised employment. And this is per the DED agreement some few years ago, which Dr. Naledi Pando, then when she was a minister, she made us to have that arrangement. So no student will be disadvantaged to lose a job or the opportunity that they've received because they don't have this degree certificate. The employer is able to engage
sorry
us.
to interject, VC. So for certain professional degrees, I don't know, maybe some may not necessarily be offered here, but the professional bodies don't give students recognition if they don't have their degree in hand. I could make maybe an example. If you look at engineering, the university may very well say, we're going to share the results of the students with the company, but they won't be able to be registered as an engineer with the engineering board or engineering council of South Africa if they don't necessarily have that degree. And if that is the case, you'll agree with me, VC, that it does negatively impact the students from being able to progress in their careers.
No, you're quite correct.
No, thanks,
But
VC.
for the science, professional degrees like your accounting, your engineering, we don't have that problem because they are funded by those science, committees, so they pay those certificates.
No, thanks, VC. How many applications did the university get for first-time learners this year? How many spaces are available in the university? You forgive me, I'm sure you would have probably presented on this much earlier when I was still running around. I apologize. I just want to have it on my note.
Yeah, we received 140,000 applications, and we got about 3,720 available spaces.
All right, thanks, VC. The other question is, I believe you also made mention to it, that the part of the challenges that would have led to the university not being able to deal with some of the problems in student accommodation is when the NSFAS took over that particular system. But am I correct to say you have now been given back those responsibilities, or are there certain private accommodations that NSFAS is still taking care of?
Yeah, it's still a very fluid space or environment for me. 2024 sent us a circular to say, don't worry about this, we'll do it ourselves. And then when in February, hey, you do it. It's a process that you have to run. That takes a lot of money, a lot of effort. You don't want to do it piecemeal. Now for 2025, we know we're doing it. But just I think, if my memory serves me well, the chair of NSFAS board, announced to say, hey, we're going to take over accommodation from universities. So we don't know what's going to happen next year. So we're in a state of flux. That's how I call it. Because you don't have certainties where you can plan. Things keep on changing.
Oh, thanks, VC. The other point, one of the big fights we had with NSFAS, particularly in relation to the pilot project, was these 4 middlemen companies that they were using to process payments. So government gives NSFAS money. Instead of NSFAS giving it directly to either the landlords or the universities, they run it through these dodgy middlemen companies which we don't know, and then the money is then paid out. When we then interact with NSFAS, NSFAS says to us, actually, the reason why we took over some of the payments from institutions of higher learning is because the institutions themselves were engaged in the same process. So we fight with NSFAS because we say, NSFAS, why are you not paying this money directly? Why do you have to give it to some third-party payment provider that takes a percentage from the money of government that belongs to students and then gives students money that is not 100% what is from the government? So I'd be interested to find out, here at the University of Venda, is there a third-party payment scheme or some middleman that the university uses in order to pay money directly into the accounts of students? And if that is the case, do they take a service fee or a service percentage? And how much is that service percentage? Or if they don't, they don't. So for example, if NSFAS says, I'm just making an example, 1,000 is due to a student, is it 1,000 that enters the account of student? Or is it 985? Because this third party must also take from the money that government has made available to students.
Yeah, that's a very good question, and I will sort of give you the response as I understood it here. When we started taking over from NSFAS, we were doing it ourselves as a university. So we receive money from NSFAS, we pay direct to student, and we're not charging any monies. If it's 1,000 rand, 1,000 rand go to the student. But as you grow as a university, you realize it's a very big job, that you are bound to make mistakes. The reason why we are now busy with the closeout report that has not been completed is because of those outliers that we're struggling with. So I think 2-3 years ago, COO, we engaged the services of Fundi to come and assist us in that particular space. And the payments that we make, are they covered by the university or NSFAS? They're covered by the university. So we pay Fundi to administer these kind of bursaries.
Last one, sorry. How much do you pay Fundi?
I might have to give you the figures. I don't have them by the head. I might have to provide that
I have to do that in writing.
Okay. And then when you share that with us, VC, I just want to be sure here. So you are saying to us, if the circular of NSFAS says a student is supposed to receive 1,500, it is 1,500 that reflects on the account, not 1,000, 4,000, because you as the university, you absorb that service fee. Can you get that commitment? Because that was our fight with NSFAS. And we don't want to fight with NSFAS because they are busy taking money that is not meant for them, only for universities and colleges to do the same thing. So if there is that assurance, I'd be very happy and quite impressed by that. But I'd still want to know how much Fundi is charging, but that's a discussion, a later discussion. What is important for me is that students are receiving what is due to them.
We'll provide that information. Thank you so much.
Yeah, just to correct that. It's not 1,000, 4,000 and something. It's he meant 1,400 and something. So remember, we had a president in this country who, for a long time, could not deal with the issue of numbers. I will not be asking questions, BC, because I'm quite satisfied. I mean, the walkabout, honestly speaking, speaks to what we need to do, Dr. Sokik. When we give these institutions the CIG grant, what we've seen here is what we want to see across. I know even where we're going tomorrow, they've done extremely well on student accommodation. The buildings, they've built well. So before we close, I'm going to give Chair of Council just to respond to one or two. And they are closing, and then I'm going to close, Chair.
No, thanks, Chair. I think there are two issues raised by Nehao that I think they were not responded to. One, Nehao raised an issue of tender irregularities. And when they were requested to expand, in essence, it's not necessarily a tender irregularity issue. It's an whistleblowing issue. And I can assure members that we have an established protocol on dealing with whistleblowing issues that our legal department does and report to council, and I'm certain that that matter raised through whistleblowing will be investigated and a report will serve in council. Secondly, Nehao raised an issue about the promotion policy, which is also receiving attention at council level. In our last council, the matter was thoroughly discussed, and council took a posture that says it is important for the university to finalize the promotion policy because we have a responsibility to retain the best talent. We can't afford to lose, and we have made a commitment that such policy will serve in the next council, and that is what council is expecting. The other issue, I think we would want to appreciate the suggestion that honorable members have made in terms of resolving certain challenges that were reported to. And I will also want to take this opportunity to thank the constructive suggestion that have been put forth, and we commit that we will take that and ensure that we resolve these issues. Lastly, is just to commit management that on the issues that we have committed that we will respond in writing. As such, will be furnished to the portfolio committee in due course. We commit management that will be done. Thanks very much, Chair.
Well, thank you very much, Chair of Council. I want to leave my phone here. There are people who've very problematic profiles. A VC. I was saying I've got people who are calling me there. I don't know what is it that you have done, not you as an institution or person, but in the sector, because they want me to give some information there from the SIU. So I don't know what you have done, because we all know it's not me. Me, Nageshapo. Before I thank everybody, I think I was saying, Dr. Sokuk, as the department, we must profile institutions of higher learning that use the grants that they get from government efficiently. So we must find a way to profile and make an example out of them. So University of Limpopo, for an example, for the past 5-6 years, maybe let's say we'll do a profile. How much money have we given to them, University of Venda, sorry. How much money have we given to them? One, to resuscitate abandoned projects. And were those projects successfully completed? And are those projects success stories? So that's the first part of the profiling. Then we look at the second part, which is how much money have we given to them to build new buildings, student accommodation, the admin block with the new wing, the DBSA funds. I suspect should have been part of the SHIP program, if I'm not mistaken. How much money and what time did they take to complete? Did they take more time than it was anticipated? What were the challenges? How are they managing stakeholders, communities around where they are? Because most of the time, this in other areas, we have a situation where programs or projects are closed in the middle of the project because we're told that communities want to take over the projects. How are we doing it here? For me, DDG, this is important because at least you must be able to, of course, community dynamics differ from one area to another. But if we have sort of a blueprint on how, because the issue might very well be how project managers here are able to engage with communities. So it's leadership. Before the program begins, these are the steps that they're able to take. So you might find that we're scratching our heads, complaining about these companies that do not finalize or finish their projects because, or they abandon projects. And we think the problem is they don't know what they are doing, and the problem might be leadership of an institution coming on board to assist them. The second issue, I think, Honorable Khahau and Honorable Lonzi, when we went to the main building, where the executive wing is. It's a new building. I'm told it was opened in October last year. For your benefits, I would want, as we walk out, to go see that, so that at least you have an appreciation. When we give them praises, it's because of, I think, what they've done there, council chair, council members, and executive management. You have done yourself a service. You have done us service there, because you have literally, I don't see how you'll not attract VC, and I'm not saying you must leave, but I'm saying when you leave, I don't see why we should not attract top executives to want to occupy that office, because you have literally built a proper executive way. And I don't want us to miss that point. And maybe when we leave, we'll clap hands for you, because that part is extremely important. Where people work, they must feel at home, they must feel comfortable. And you have created it there in the executive wing. That part is, for me, you have built a health building, Honorable Kakao. And I joked with them and I said, my worry with what you are teaching this nursing student on simulation, on those who are giving birth in a maternity ward. I was joking with them, I said, my problem or my worry is that your students, when they go and work in a real life environment, they will struggle, because the equipments that you have there are so advanced. So they've got seriously advanced wards. And somebody said, no, in our hospitals we are like this, and I've not been in a maternity ward in a long time. So I then acceded. I said, okay, maybe that's true. But what you are doing in that health sciences building is something to be commendable. I mean, it's a pity Honorable Sazan is not here. They've got a kinetics department, you call it that thing. Sorry? Biokinetics. The machinery there, myself, Honorable Zondo, Honorable Lonzi, if we can be there for 1 week, we will really look like we've been to gym, so, so just the machinery that is there, top quality, so you have changed the narrative that rural, historically disadvantaged institutions are institutions that do 1, 2, 3, 4, and all 1, 2, 3, 4 are negatives. What we have seen here today, Vice Chancellor, and I want to thank you, is that there must be a new narrative about University of Venda and HDIs, that indeed, when there is leadership, an institution can become what you are becoming here. And my team, our content advisor, informed you that she used to, she got an undergraduate degree here. And she herself was saying, I don't know what this thing we've created something great here. And I don't want you to take that for granted. So wanted to at least make those points about let's fix, student accommodation. I saw, and Vice Chancellor, you did say, because we were looking at the paint getting off the walls, and you said the problem with that design, the problem is the design, because The place is too hot, but the place also rains a lot. And therefore, maintenance of buildings like that becomes too expensive and too regular. And if it was a different design, or if you had a chance, you would have opted for a different design to put in a different kind of a brick in order for it to last long. But let's try and the image of a student dress, let it look like it's habitable inside. So just to scratch those small paints there on top, paint a little bit, let it look like. Have conversations, Vice Chancellor, with labor and the students and IF. I think there were not too many problems from IF. But with the students and workers, when I listened to them, most of the issues that they were saying, it's something that you internally could just resolve without the presence of outsiders. I mean, the issues of the duration of a postgraduate. Instead of in 7 months, they're asking, can we move it to, it's a discussion you should have internally. Don't push these students away because you are going to create, they are going to feel resented and they're going to act otherwise. There is one institution where we've lost about 300 million worth of infrastructure because students felt like they were not being listened to. And they decided to go to the streets. We don't want that. We want to resolve problems through dialogue and not through tear gas. We're going to one institution tomorrow, Honorable Lonzi. Honorable Khabo was making a point. They've responded, Honorable Khabo, to us today with the document that we wanted. But if you look at that document, in 3 years, excluding consultation, Honorable Lonzi, they've spent 13.4 million fighting students. Fighting students. No, 13 point something went to one law firm. I'll just check again. And they've spent 12 million on consultation on the same cases. Where they've not decided to give us information is how many of those they've lost and how much did it cost. They've just told us this one was Tebogo, Litsia, attorneys, we've lost it. No, in fact, they don't even say lost, by the way. They say, no, the court said redetermine. What do you call that thing? Senate must redetermine whether the student qualifies for graduation or not. So we don't want a situation, Vice Chancellor, where you now start fighting with students to a point where even something so easy, you decide to fight with the students and they end up taking you to court. The same goes with labor. You said something, and it stuck to me that you want them to clarify something. So that confirms that there will not have been these discussions between labor and management. Create those platforms. As the Vice Chancellor, you should and you must have regular sittings with the president of the institution so that from a leadership point of view, you guys are aligned. You're able to say, this is where we're taking the institution together with the chair of council, the secretary general, the register. You are able to meet on a regular basis and say, Secretary General as the register. Secretary General, we have registered 3,000 first-time students. We're only left with 700. And this is how or what we're doing in order for us to make sure that we reach our F10 targets by end of the week. So you should be aligned. The CFO, the Treasurer General, you are able to meet on a regular basis to say these are the challenges that we have. And when we say a student must sign an AOD, These are the reasons. If we don't do so, if we don't have somebody signing or somebody paying outside of NSFAS and bursaries, we will be unable to pay our salaries, and if you can't pay our salaries, you will not get the quality education. And I'm sure the students are reasonable people. They would be able to understand. But in order for them to understand, they will need you guys to then walk this journey together with them. And I hope, colleagues, that we'll start doing things that way. Want to take this opportunity to thank you, because what we've seen here is leadership that, you know, I personally am not from here, Mampi, I'm not like you, I've not studied here, but I'm going to boast about this institution because what we have seen, the argument we've always made is that don't think all HDIs are not, or cannot cannot run themselves. So you guys are helping us because you are changing this bad narrative that we can't run anything as HDIs. We can't turn around our institutions. And we're going to work very well with you in making sure that you expand, including into other forms like the engineering that you said you are thinking of bringing. Would want you to do so. Obviously, you did indicate that you'll be doing that in collaboration with other institutions. So I want to thank management. I want to thank you, council members. I know council members in other institutions, Chairperson, in other institutions, I'm happy VC said that you are not putting your hands. In other institutions, VC, council members want to even sit in an interview of a dean, whereas their statute says you must finish here, which is register, VC, and TVCs. In other institutions, but even director students, we want to know who's that particular person. So you are very like VC. But we're also not saying you must go and do other things, and when they want to hold you accountable, you come and say, you know, this council doesn't want me to do anything. They wanted that tender of fence. They wanted the fencing tender. There are some people that I took to court and I defeated them because when we hold them accountable, they start with stories. They said I had a tender of 82 million and decided to take them to court. I decided to take them to court and mop the floor with them. We're now going to sue them. This one, the judge was not playing with them, said they must pay my legal costs, and but I want to thank you, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee in Limpopo. Thank you very much, and a member of the Portfolio Committee in Limpopo and a member of the legislature. We really appreciate VC, when we're not here, Vice Chancellor, when we're not here and the legislature colleagues come and want to do oversight, please don't tell them that the province does not have jurisdiction over universities. They are public representatives coming from constituencies where they have students, lecturers. In fact, some of where their constituents, they work in your institution. So when they come and seek responses, please open their door. Don't say you want a letter from myself in order for you to open doors. Department of Higher Education, we are still where we were last year. We have not changed. That the department in our eyes is under administration because of a number of queries that we have with you and you have not responded. At DDG, want to thank you for honoring. What we will do, you know, we'll give you 3 months from the 30th of January to give us a report on all the challenges that have been set here and how we've responded to them. And then we'll then debate that report amongst ourselves and present it to Parliament so that it becomes a public document. Want to thank the colleagues from the Minister and Deputy Minister's offices. David was here from the DG's office. NSFAS, there was not, I mean, I would have wanted NSFAS to say something, but it looks like this year, I mean, even on the ground, Honorable Lonsi, I've went to other institutions. I think maybe there's something right that they are doing. I've not really had too many problems, except one or two here and there where they don't respond to students who are supposed to register. But we are attending to them as and when they happen. The team from Parliament, Parliament TV, communications team of Parliament that is here with us, members of Parliament. I did say thank you to SRCs and Council and Labour. Members of Parliament, thank you very much. We are now going to drive to Polokwane. Would have another 2 hours or so on the road, get to Polokwane, and then tomorrow we are with you. And Honorable Lonsi, there's a hand.
Oh, just a quick one, Chair. I heard the VC say the council is the best, but I think the SRC as well, VC, so far, you can attest that it's the best.
Why are we clapping hands? Why is staff? Why is staff clapping hands that SRS is the best?
They are impartial.
No, I think we must observe elections here next year, because I think the staff that I saw clapping hands are the ones who are supposed to run elections. So I suspect this might be cooked. But on a serious note, the meeting is now adjourned. Thank you very much.
What